I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome all of those in chambers, and a special note of welcome to our MP, Cheryl Gallant. Thank you very much for being here today. Really appreciate you joining us. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée.
Keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Madam Clerk, could you conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Brose.
Here.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Nemo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Proctor.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Can I have a resolution, please, that the minutes of County Council meeting of November 27th, 2024 be adopted as amended? What we're suggesting to you is that the small amendment would be that roll call was noted, should be noted as taken. It goes on to say, I think 3 other words behind it, so we're just going to put a period behind taken. Could I have a mover, please? So a member from Greater Madawaska, second by a member from North Laguna Wilberforce. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Now it's carried. Thank you. And I see a furrowed brow from the member from Abbotsford-Bromley. I think we caught that one and he didn't. And so County Council closed session minutes. So mover that the closed minutes of County Council session of November 27, 2024 be adopted. Could I have a mover, please? Mover, Town of Arnprior member and member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And then that the meeting minutes of the County Council inaugural meeting of December 10, 2024 be adopted. Could I have a mover, please? Member from Kildare Haggerty Richards, second by Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. During the month of December, I attended 14 meetings on county business. For 2025, I would propose the operating theme for the County of Renfrew be persistent aggressiveness, which aligns with mine and our goals for the year. And one of the issues is addressing the housing and homelessness crisis. We will continue to assess long-term housing needs across the county, and we'll collaborate with partners to develop solutions. Based on the findings of the building conditions assessment, we will create a strategy to replace aging housing corporation stock as resources allow. In terms of fostering economic growth, we aim to drive economic development while improving the cultural, economic, environmental, and social health of our communities. This includes advocating for more childcare spaces and providing comprehensive support to community members experiencing homelessness, and also including those who are precariously housed or struggling with addiction through the initiative of MESA program. Community defining initiatives, we will lead several community-focused projects to working with our community and businesses to develop and implement a Made in Renfrew County climate action plan. We'll explore and further develop a unique rural transit solution for our community. We're going to consult with our residents and review County of Renfrew and local services to improve the aging in place services for seniors and their families. And we will investigate shared service opportunities and harmonization with various partners to drive future savings and improve service delivery. This last bullet point, Mr. Kelly and I were in a meeting on Friday, as was the member from Bonshire Valley, with Minister Calandra, and he was very clear about harmonization. So we were quite pleased to see that we were probably a month and a half ahead of his speech, but he really drove that home to us, the importance of it. And Highway 417 expansion, we're going to continue lobbying for the expansion of Highway 417 through Renfrew County, recognizing its critical role in our cultural, economic, environmental, and social health of our region. We have been patient, very patient long enough, and it's time for action. Economic development, we're going to host a summit to create a policy supporting County of Renfrew's efforts in economic development. This event will focus on seeking investment from senior levels of government for our manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, and forestry industries. This is especially important in the wake of the impending political uncertainties with our largest trading partner. Today, and we're going to ask for a lot of patience, is our first meeting that will be using our new procedural bylaw and committee structure. So please bear with us as we adapt to the change. We also begin the first of meetings to discuss the 2025 county budget, and I look forward to the practical conversations throughout these deliberations. Like all levels of government, the county faces increasing costs, and we are not unique in this regard. Many of us will be making the trek to Toronto to the annual Rural Ontario Municipal Association, or ROMA conference. We've been fortunate enough to be granted a number of delegations with key ministries where we will continue our lobbying efforts for funding, services, and initiatives to enhance Renfrew County. We will, of course, talk about our strength, which is our ability to adapt and pivot quickly to meet the needs of our community. I would like to congratulate Warden Bonnie Clark of Peterborough County and Mayor Steve Ferguson of Prince Edward County on their appointments as Chair and Vice Chair, respectively, of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Bonnie has served as Vice Chair and will excel in the role of Chair. and I look forward to working with Mayor Ferguson as Vice Chair. Renfrew County has been privileged to serve as both Chair and Vice Chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus for the past 5 years. I would like to express my appreciation to this chambers and to our staff and to Mr. Kelly for their support while I served as Chair. I was very dependent upon staff for advice, and I was also extremely dependent upon you for your patience and your advice, and I certainly appreciate that. And I have to give just a shout out to the tremendous efforts of Craig, Sheridan Graham, who's the CEO of Peterborough County, Meredith Staveley Watson, and Bonnie. The five of us worked as a team, and we were focused on refreshing the energy level and the engagement of the Wardens Caucus, and I think the five of us were able to achieve that, and so I'd like to thank them publicly for their work. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, and share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And now we'll move to delegations, and Mr. Davis, please. And I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. Just as a reminder to council, we're allowing 15 minutes for the presentation time, and then some questions. And if you can hold your questions till the end of the presentation, and that'll allow the presenters to fully utilize their time. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Councillors and guests. Today we have two delegations. The first delegation is Mr. Jack Craig, the President and CEO of the Nuclear Laboratory. So, Jack, I would appreciate if you could come up to the podium. And it is my pleasure, because CNL is a cornerstone of innovation and economic strength for Renfrew County. Under their leadership, CNL continues to drive cutting-edge advancements in nuclear technology while providing significant employment and fostering community growth across this region of Renfrew County. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here this morning on behalf of CNL, our over 4,000 employees across Canada, and nearly 3,500 here in Renfrew County. I do understand you have a new format here today, so we have a few slides here, very brief number of slides, and I would welcome any member here who has more interest in more information on CNL to visit the site. We're open to any visitors. We have yesterday, we actually had Member of Parliament Cheryl Gallant yesterday, and so that was very helpful for us and her, hopefully. And so I'd just welcome you to not be bashful and come visit the site. Before I get started, I also have a land acknowledgement on behalf of CNL. If I can somebody advance those for me? This doesn't seem to be working. Okay, hold on a second. There we go. CNL operates on sites located on the traditional lands, waterways, and ceded and unceded territories of Indigenous peoples. We acknowledge, respect, and seek to better understand Indigenous history, rights, and title on the lands where we work and develop projects. At CNL, we wish to honor and respect the importance of the relationships between Indigenous people and their lands, waters, and their territories. I've been at CNL since April of last year. I've been involved in CNL for really the last 5 years as member of the joint venture board there, and have really enjoyed being part of the community. I actually live now in Petawawa, and have really enjoyed living here in the Valley. One of the things that I think is important to the community is to really understand the economic importance of CNL. We do have 3,500 staff, roughly 3,500 staff at CNL at Chalk River. We also have probably another 700 staff across Canada. We actually operate and work on 2 other large sites in Canada, one outside of in Manitoba province, the White Shell Laboratories. We have about 400 people there. We also have a large project outside of Toronto and in the community of Port Hope, and we have about 200 staff there. So a large number of staff. It's a growing organization. I think over the last 3 years, we've added almost 1,000 people to the site, And so our mission and our work is growing as clean energy is promoted through the world, really, but here in Canada, and nuclear is a big part of that. So we play a big role in that. We have a large outreach to suppliers that supply many things to the site, whether it's construction work, whether it's environmental work, or whether it's just operating the small little city we have there at CNL. We have many suppliers, and this is an annual spend of about $50 million. We have a large student engagement program. I think we have 7 formal agreements with universities across Canada. And so we engage with those universities, but we also hire from those universities. So we have a lot of placements of students every year. Our parent companies invest in the community. We've invested $200,000, roughly $200,000 a year in the community from our parent companies. And we also have a large engagement with our communities with respect to really K through 12 and other engagements. And Phil Compass, Phil, you want to raise your hand? Phil is really involved in that at the site, and really proud of that. Back in, I think, 2020 or 2021, the site went through a strategic planning process called the Vision 2030. It really grouped three main missions of the site into the future. Those being restoring and protecting the environment. That includes environmental cleanup, really of 60 plus years of the site operation. Through that process, we are removing material from the ground. We are decommissioning and demolishing old buildings on site. That's part of the revitalization of the site, but is also part of our commitment to the environment. We also have a large program on clean energy. So we support nuclear program commercially in Canada. We support OPG, Bruce Power, and others with support to them, whether it's supporting new fuels for their reactors or investigating issues that they have to be more efficient. We also are trying to host a small modular reactor on site, and there's an initiative on that. We also have multiple other clean energy programs that we're supporting. And the last one has to do with improving the health of Canadians. We have a project on site, a joint venture with a company in Germany. We're actually producing radioisotopes for cancer treatment. Actinium-225 is one of those that we're producing on site today. We actually produce it on site. We're in the initial stages of that. We ship it to ITM in Germany. They actually market this to as a pharmaceutical to the medical industry. As far as funding goes, the laboratory is funded by the Canadian government, primarily the Atomic Energy of Canada. Recently, I think in the last year, the AECL was successful in getting 11 years of funding for the site. So the Canadian government has actually funded the site through the next 11 years. I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that are going to happen in the near future at the end of my presentation, but it gives us stability to the site and allows us to do hiring for the long term. So really appreciative to AECL as part of that. A little bit more on our Actinier project. So this was a joint venture with, like I said, ITM and Germany. That joint venture was signed about 2 years ago, and so we are using facilities. Our role in that is to actually produce the actinium. So we do that on site through what we call hot cells, which are shielded rooms essentially where we do remote work. We produce the actinium there, we ship it to ITM, and like I said, they are the responsible party for marketing this to the medical industry. And so we have a 50% joint ownership in this new company, and it seems to be going well. Actinium, by the way, is very rare across the world, and so ITM in Europe is one of the first to offer actinium in the medical industry. And we're at small quantities today, but our plan is over the next 2 years to ramp that up into quantities that can get this project really going. As part of the the clean energy support that we have on site. We are doing a lot of facility upgrades. So CNL was primarily built and operated in the 50s and 60s initially. So a lot of the facilities are aged. We have a lot of aged infrastructure. And a lot of our hot cells that were used in the past are either past their prime or kind of at their last leg. So we are in the process right now of building a brand new advanced nuclear material research center. It's about $1 billion total project. It will be the largest and most advanced research center in Canada for research into nuclear. This is a picture. It's about 35% done. What you see in the orange and the building structure is really the office building and some chemical laboratories. The holes in the ground you see there are concrete. Those are going to be brand new hot cells. So hot cells, like I said, are rooms that are shielded. You can do radiological research there, break apart fuel, test new fuels, and it's all done in remote operations. So this will be the largest and most advanced hot cell complex in Canada once completed. I think the estimated completion date of this facility is early 2027 today. As part of our environmental restoration initiative, we are building what we call a near-surface disposal facility. So the idea here is to take material from our decommissioning of old buildings, other waste material that has been disposed of on site over the last 50 years and put it in a more stable, safe, engineered facility for long-term disposal. We are going through the process right now. We've designed this facility. We've done an environmental impact statement. We proposed it to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. They have actually given us an approval to construct through that process. We're now in the process of going through a judicial review where we've had some organizations challenge the CNSC approval of that. So there's a legal process ongoing right now. There's 3 judicial reviews ongoing right now, and we believe the process will play out through the summer. We'll probably have a final decision on this around the August, September timeframe. I mentioned the clean energy. In addition to things like the ANMRC, we have hydrogen research ongoing at the site, new fuels related to hydrogen. We're looking at fusion technologies. We're supporting advanced nuclear reactors in Canada. We're also supporting small modular reactors. A lot of work going on in that area, in the S&T area. And it's like I said, clean energy is really a focus of the world right now, but in Canada, I think clean energy really is a top priority. So CNL, like I said, is like a small city. We operate a number of utilities, electricity, to support all of our facilities and our 3,500 people there. We did have an issue. I've been at CNL since April of last year. As soon as I got to CNL, we had an issue with our sewage treatment plant. We monitor the sewage treatment plant daily. We report to the regulators monthly. We had an abnormality where we had out of compliance for at least a month or so. That's been resolved, and as of June this year, we've been in full compliance. But we have many facilities on site that have been upgraded. We continue to upgrade those. This facility itself was upgraded in 2019. We did investigate the issue there, and we resolved it, and I think we're out in full compliance today. But we have a large program of infrastructure improvement. It's probably a $50 million a year investment in the infrastructure on site. As many of you know, aging infrastructure is a continuous issue we have to deal with, whether it's fire water, whether it's sewers, whether it's electricity. It's an ongoing issue, and we have a large program to keep up with that. And my last slide here, as I'm getting near my time limit, I just wanted to, you may have heard or you may hear about a new contract to be awarded by AECL. The contract that's in place today to run the site was a 10-year contract awarded in 2015. There will be a new contractor to run the site. The mission isn't changing, the people aren't changing, the management team will change. And there will be a new contract awarded for 10 years around the April 1st timeframe. Like I said, the mission isn't changing, the funding isn't changing, the management team will change. There will be a new president. I will be here through September of next year, but you may hear about that. More to come on that. AECL is running that procurement. I'm not involved in it, so it's kind of, they're off in seclusion doing their own thing, but their schedule today is to have a new contract awarded in a few months, and we'll keep you updated on that, and I'm sure once the transition takes place, I'll be involved in transitioning to a new CEO, but we can come and give you an update on that when the time is appropriate. So, a few minutes ahead of schedule, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. Boy, those of us that make presentations and have a clock in front of us certainly recognize your efforts to stay within the boundaries. Thank you very much. And I should special shout out to the member from Arnprior, Dan, who serves on the Environmental Advisory Committee and is there every month and sends us copious notes on what's going on. So thank you to Dan as well for your efforts. Any questions, comments, concerns from members of council, recognizing that we have our new procedural bylaw and at 5 minutes we'll cut your mic. So are there any questions or comments? Wow. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Can I just reinforce, if you're interested in visiting the site, contact us, and we're happy to host anybody. And even if it's not a visit, if you would like to have more information, we can provide that. We can come to you if needed. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. And on behalf of our community, thank you very much for your continued stewardship of the Chalk River Labs. They're very integral to the future and our past, and we're very dependent upon our neighbors and friends who work there to keep us safe with the guidance of the management team. So thank you very much, and for your investment in the community. Thank you. And I'll turn it to Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, and the timelines are fantastic, Warden. The next delegation is virtually today from Miss Maggie Braun, the founder of an organization called KICLI, and that stands for Kicking International Council out of Local Environmental Initiatives. And so virtually we have Maggie, so the floor is yours, Maggie. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Maggie Braun. I'm really excited to be here with you today. KICLI Canada is an initiative that is working to educate communities and municipal councils on the voluntary nature of climate action plans. And we find that these climate action plans are based on an organization called ICLI's 5 milestone framework. And it seems that in Renfrew County, you're moving through the same 5 milestones of completing a baseline emissions inventory, setting reduction targets, developing a plan, adopting that plan, and then monitoring and tracking the plan. So today I'm going to be covering, I'm speaking on behalf of KICLI, but also on behalf of 300 residents from Renfrew County who have signed a petition that is opposing the development of a climate action plan that is based on that 5 milestone model. Additionally, we've done a survey in the area. It's just been released, so we've had a bit of feedback. But what we're finding is that the residents so far are not looking for the council to heavily prioritize net zero by 2050 commitments over other municipal priorities. And as I get through the presentation, we're going to talk a little bit about the municipal priorities and the inserting of global sustainable development goals into your local environmental stewardship priorities as a municipal council. So In today's presentation, I'm going to touch on council responsibilities in Ontario municipalities, the legal context, so looking at the international, federal, and provincial requirements and what they say about the municipalities and what you're required to do in relation to net zero by 2050, the financial implications of climate action plans, which is something that doesn't get discussed enough, and I appreciate that this council has raised questions about the cost of these programs. We'll look at Renfrew County as a natural carbon sink and what the emissions are coming out of Renfrew County and the carbon sequestration capacity, showing that you already absorb more CO2 than you currently emit. And then we'll look at some practical alternatives to net zero programs that you can do locally that are not reliant on this amount of data collection and adoption of new technologies. And then redirecting resources to local priorities which is, as mentioned earlier, housing and homelessness are a real issue in communities all across Canada. And there are several local priorities under municipal jurisdiction that really need our attention, our funds, our resources. And we want to make sure that those are prioritized over net zero plans and commitments. So looking at the council's responsibilities, as you all know, Section 224 of the Ontario Municipal Act, it outlines that council members are entrusted to represent the public and consider the well-being and interests of the municipality. You're entrusted to develop and evaluate policies and programs like you're doing today and maintain accountability and transparency. So it's very important to note that decision-making on whether to adopt these plans and programs rests on the council. Consultants and staff can offer advice, but the final decision belongs to you. This duty is further reinforced by the declaration of office, where each council member pledged to act in the best interest of the municipality and its residents. What we're finding is that municipalities that are signing up for climate action plans are spending in the millions on externally driven plans and programs. And over time, this is not reflecting the will of the public or the financial responsibility expected of local municipal councils. So we're going across the country and in Renfrew County today to urge the council to reevaluate the climate action plan and ensure that it serves your local needs. So from the legal context, international, federal, and provincial requirements, it's very important to clarify that the Paris Agreement is an international agreement that was signed up for at the federal level. It is not legal. There is no legal requirements for municipalities to act on anything regarding the Paris Agreement. So we do see in the supporting rationale and the adoption of climate action plans that municipalities are bringing forward their responsibility to fulfill the Paris Agreement. And I feel like that is a misunderstanding of what the Paris Agreement is, and that it is a federally binding agreement and requires no action from municipalities it's not legally enforceable at the municipal level. And that goes for any federal legislation related to net zero. And in Ontario, there is no legislation at the provincial level enforcing climate action plan adoption at the municipal level. So there's no legal requirements for the adoption of climate action plans. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Additionally, in Ontario, we have the Ontario Energy Consumption and Demand Report. So another reason why municipalities are adopting climate action plans is a misunderstanding that the climate action plan is going to help them to complete their provincial requirements to do the energy consumption and demand report. But that Ontario Energy Report focuses only on energy use in municipal buildings and requires a minimal cost and effort. It's in the report that I submitted, I did a comparison of the two, and you can look at that report there. But the energy report is every 5 years, whereas the monitoring and tracking of climate action plans is annually or biannually. And one looks, the climate action plan requires a very broad data collection across the entire municipality and the entire community. And it also leads to a state of constant reporting and expensive projects that extend far beyond your municipal responsibilities. So municipal participation in climate action plans is completely voluntary. Choosing not to participate carries no legal penalties, and adopting the climate action plans means that the municipality, because you're doing it voluntarily, the municipality therefore bears all financial and legal risks with no guarantee of environmental success or financial long-term benefits. So the financial implications, this is something that I find the consultants and administrators of climate action plan programs don't really touch on. They're not providing the long-term cost of the programs. So we've done a breakdown on that, and very recently in Tiny Township, they agreed to do a cost analysis of the program, which is great. It's the first time in Canadian history after 30 years of these plans being adopted that a municipality is actually looking at what it costs to do specifically the climate action plans. So what we found is the Ainsworth consultant is doing the same 5 milestones, which is modeled after the ICLEI program, and there's significant cost to the climate action plans. The baseline emissions inventory and ongoing monitoring can cost between $10,000 and at least $50,000 annually. Setting reduction targets and developing the climate action plans is between $25,000 and $125,000 for a municipality like Renfrew. And the implementation costs are between $13 million to $192 million. And those are conservative estimates because those costs are including upgrading the municipal fleets to EV vehicles, upgrading the municipal buildings, installing smart technology for ongoing data collection, EV charging stations, the introduction of circular economies, which is an entire new economic model being introduced through these programs quite nonchalantly, I would say, and redesigning communities to fit models like the 15-minute city and really aiming for high-density housing in the urban areas while impacting the land designations for rural property owners, which make it harder for them to utilize their land in a way that they were traditionally using their land when they purchased it. So we want to make it easier for people to live on the land and to own homes and to purchase property and to use that property to build homes and run their businesses and so on, not add added restrictions, which we find over the last 30 years have kind of led to the drive of population growth away from rural and smaller townships and towns like you have in rural Renfrew into the urban areas where there's the high density housing. So as I said, no municipality in Canada has ever calculated the full costs of these programs and plans. And as our analysis shows, that implementing this plan in Renfrew County could be financially overwhelming. And for a rural county with low emissions and abundant natural carbon sinks, this level of spending would be seen as impractical and unsustainable in the long term. So let's look at Renfrew County as a natural carbon sink.
I'm sorry.
I've been doing.
I don't know if I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see it, but you've got 5 minutes left. I don't want to interrupt your flow. Thank you.
That's perfect. I think I'll be right on time. I appreciate that. Renfrew County, I've been looking at each province. It's easier for me to do provincial reports and just see where each province sits when I'm looking at the carbon sequestration. So in Ontario, our population is sitting about 14.5 million people. And when we do the calculation there, we find that in Ontario, our population is emitting 205.9 million tons of CO2 annually. So that seems like a lot. But when we factor in Ontario's forests and wetlands and farmlands, we find that we are absorbing over 3 times that amount of CO2. And I've actually just updated that calculation to include other carbon sinks. There's quite a number of carbon sinks that we can look at, so that our ability to absorb 3 times that amount of CO2, that number actually can go up even further when we look at all our carbon sinks. And in Renfrew County, you are a rural county, so you're playing a major role in the province's ability to absorb CO2. And I would propose that climate action plans that recognize that natural carbon sink capacity and that look at local initiatives that could protect and conserve your natural carbon sinks as well as enhance them would be more cost effective and beneficial than adopting these external programs that are coming with hidden costs and are relying quite heavily on the adopting new technology as the solution. And here in Canada, we are a developed nation. We have expertise and leadership in our communities. And I believe that we can come up with local solutions to address whatever environmental problems that we have. We do love the environment here in Canada, and local environmental stewardship programs should be more focused on local solutions. So the practical alternatives. One pilot project that you can consider, and I can come back and work with your Planning and Economic Development Committee, but it would be to investigate into regenerative agriculture and ways that you could boost your soil carbon content naturally. I believe that within a short period of time, you could run a pilot project and show your community and the province and Canada as a whole that we could absorb our CO2 emissions while restoring our soil naturally. And this would have several benefits. It would support farmers. It would help with drought issues. And it's an entire presentation all on its own. But that is one alternative that you could look at, as well as, of course, smaller projects that are conserving the forests and wetlands and ecological assets that you already have in the county. So that is one alternative that you could look at. And one of the main things I would like you to get from this presentation is the importance of making sure that your resources and your administrative strengths that you have at the municipal level are directed to your immediate local priorities. So
I can give you another 30 seconds if that's okay. Thank you.
So housing, thank you. Housing, energy security, economic development, public safety and community programs, and so on. So with that, we would respectfully ask the council to pause and reconsider the path it's planning to move forward with. And we are in a time in Canada where Canadians need leadership, and I believe that leadership is going to come from local councils across the country. We are really counting on you to protect the land and public funds from any outside interests. And as much as we love the environment, we really need to make sure that our communities aren't being taken advantage of. And I think that there's a lot of industries that stand to benefit from the adoption of these climate action plans. And we need to question who is getting the municipal funds from these programs, and is that the best use of the municipal funds for the community and the residents as a whole. So with that, I'm happy to take I thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for staying fairly close to our guidelines. I know it's our first time through it, so we're very tentative, but thank you very much for your politeness and your accommodation. With that, questions, comments, concerns from members of council, and member from Hamilton Brownlee, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Ms. Braun for being here this morning. I wanted to, a couple of things. I do have a question, but I wanted to make a comment. So the needs of our community, the Municipal Act confers on this council and all councils, frankly, in Ontario. The powers of a municipality under this or any other act shall be interpreted broadly so as to confer broad authority on the municipality to enable the municipality to govern its affairs. So certainly, in your presentation, you made reference to we are not legally bound to do certain things, and that is absolutely true. We're not legally bound to operate 2 long-term care homes. We're bound to operate 1, but we do operate 2. We've made the decision that that's in the best interests of our community. We're not required to fund the MESA program or the VTAC program, but we decided that there's a real need in our community. Health, as I'm sure everyone is aware, is, through our Constitution, is a provincial responsibility. Now, in this instance, the province has been providing 100% of the dollars, but we've created these programs without any legal responsibility to have done these, but we did them because there is incredible moral responsibility to take action. So whatever this room ultimately decides to do, we believe that we have the best interests in our community. As everyone in the room is aware, politics is to try and meet as many competing interests for limited or scarce resources. So ultimately, this council in 2017 passed a motion directing that a long-term or climate change, a long-term plan for climate change be developed. It took quite some time before we were able to engage in that, and we're just at step 1. So we're going to continue to move forward on that. I just wanted to make that clear that this is not outside of the authority of this municipality, this particular council. This council has the authority to decide what we believe is in the best interests of our community, and I have no doubt that we have been doing precisely that the entire length of time that I've been sitting in the room. The question that I had, Mr. Chair, Mr. Warden, was that if I understood correctly, I think Ms. Braun, you had suggested that Ontario is emitting approximately 205 million or megatons, I think, was it million tons or megatons of CO2 equivalent, and that, within the county of Renfrew, the contiguous county of Renfrew, geographical, political county of Renfrew, that we have 3 times the carbon sink of our emissions. Did I understand that correctly?
So I submitted a report. That report said 3 times, and that is for Ontario. So Ontario emits 205.9 million tons. That's based off of our population and the per capita emissions of 14.2 tons of CO2 per year per person. That's what they base it off of. And I've updated that and added the managed forest and other carbon sinks. And the calculation is now that Ontario absorbs 893.2 million tons is sequestered. So we're a net negative of 687.3 million tons annually. And we've not yet calculated in the urban green spaces, grasslands, riparian zones, and aquatic vegetation. So that number will go up as we get the data on the other sinks, but that is for Ontario, not Renfrew specifically. But if we can get all the data on the number of hectares of forests and other other zones for Renfrew, we could do that calculation for you specifically, but this is for Ontario as a whole,
Okay,
Thank you.
for Ontario municipalities to consider. And I just think, you know, when we're looking at considering that what's in the best interest for the municipality, this is why these presentations are important, because we want to start providing some more information so that you can make decisions based off of a more broader set of information that's being provided. So we do want to just emphasize that you're not legally bound to do the climate action plans. This is completely voluntary. Your council has decided that it is in the best interest to look into developing a climate action plan, which is following after many other municipalities across Canada who have developed climate action plans over the last 30 years. But what we're finding now is that at the municipal level, there is a nationwide crises in several priorities that are under your jurisdiction that could use a lot more attention and funding. And once you adopt the climate action plan, those reduction targets start to drive your strategic plans and your official plans. And we see official plans now that are fully based off of net zero as the main scope of the official plan, the long-term plan for a community. And what we're saying is that for one thing, that is not a main municipal responsibility. Environmental stewardship certainly is, and there's a lot of local environmental stewardship programs that are now being underfunded because of all the money that will eventually go into the adoption of climate action plans and everything that comes with them.
Thank you. And I think, you know, the councillor made a great point in that we're not exactly racing forward with this. We started in 2017. And again, you know, we're very proud of our stewardship of our managed forest, both privately and the public lands that we hold. So, you know, I think you'll find agreement with us on the stewardship of those. So are there any, the member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Just a comment. I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward to give us something to think about. And I'm sure everybody will take a look at it and it'll be part of our judgment. So thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? I'm sorry. Member from McNabb-Braeside and then from Arnprior.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Braun, for this very informative presentation. As my colleague from Edmonton Brownlee mentioned, we did get a report from Ainsworth, but it's very early in the process, and your information here is very well researched and referenced, and I'm sure it'll be very useful to the committee to find a climate action plan. We do want to have a climate action plan, but the local nature that you brought out will be very interesting, I'm sure, to the committee when it's eventually formed. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that, first, thanks, Ms. Brown, for the presentation. To confirm that you're going to provide us with the County of Renfrew carbon emitting that we're doing and what we're saving, if that makes sense. You've done Ontario. Can we do County of Renfrew specific? Thank you.
Ms. Braun?
I would be happy to work on a Renfrew County specific report, and if there is somebody on your staff that has some data on the number of hectares for each ecosystem zone, that would be greatly beneficial. Then I can base it on the numbers that you have there.
Certainly, you may not see this, but Mr. Davis nodded, and so if you could, if you could interact with him, I think he can provide you some of that information from DRAPE and from our GIS. And with that, is there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation, and we have all read, and this morning I noticed a bunch of electronic yellow signs on the various screens. People have paid attention and made notes, so thank you for your time and effort. And before the crowd leaves, I'd like to acknowledge MP Ms. Gallant, Cheryl, your 20 years of service. Informally, congratulations, and thank you very much for representing our community. And we will do something a little more formal later on in the year once we sort some things out. But again, just quickly to acknowledge you and your efforts on our behalf. And it was fitting that you were here with CNL today because you worked very hard, especially I remember during the GoCo early days, educating people and trying to refine what that was and flesh it out. And you worked very closely with myself as warden and our community to have an impact. So thank you. And now we will move to, we're going to move to correspondence. Sorry, I lost my agenda. Correspondence, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden. Item number 10 in today's agenda, 10A, is a letter from the United Way, just a bit of an update from United Way and the services they provide to the County of Renfrew, and more so a letter of congratulations to Warden Emo on his recent election to the position of Warden. And that is the only piece of correspondence today, sir.
Okay, thank you. If there are no questions on the attached correspondence, could I get a mover and seconder to accept the correspondence as information? We'll take a member from Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan, and the member from Head Clare, Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. At this point, there are no committee reports coming into this portion of the meeting. Are there any consent items? I don't see any. Staff reports with direction. At this point, there were none. And I would accept a resolution that pursuant to Section 239 of Municipal Act 2001, as amended, the County Council meeting moved to a closed session for the purpose of 2C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, paramedic base. Could I have a mover, please? Member from Petawawa, second by the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And to our viewing audience, we will be moving into closed for a period of time. We will resume with a rise and report. Thank you. Thank you. Matters arising from the closed session, I will report that staff direction was given regarding the paramedic base. All options were considered, and we're hopeful that the acquisition of land will be successful. Reports from representatives appointed to external boards. We don't have anything in writing, so we'll move along. 18, notice of motions. I believe the member from Greater Madawaska has something for us.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. Notice a motion that I'll be bringing up for development and property on January 29th, 2025 is to direct staff to evaluate the potential cost benefits and operational goals of an integration of an advanced transportation analytical data to support the county goals. Thank you.
So this motion will be presented at the 29th for consideration. Number 19, members' written motions. Seeing none. Any announcements? So we're viewing announcements as the opportunity to mention parades, fundraising, things like that. I'm sorry, member from Bonshire Valley.
Could Uncle Dan just tell us about our little trains?
Sure. Member from Empire, please.
Well, they're not a train. It's just a piece of wood that's supposed to be some sort of a trailer that's hosting your two pens that we sort of identified that we got some pens made from Uncle Dan that to give to council. I made them at the men's shed at Empire McNabb. And we're short two. I ran out of wood, so Mike and Mike yours are coming. And Tina and the rest of the crew. Anyways, it's through the men's shed just to show you that anybody can make something at this facility. And had lots of assistance with the older fellas. And something to say thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We certainly appreciate it.
And they are a train. The back row crew, we're going to attach ours.
Nice. You guys have a lot of time on your hands. New business? Sorry, you want to do announcements or new business?
The announcement, Mr. Warden, is that Empire is hosting the Optimus Carnival this week and next week, so there's all kinds of activities that are free for kids to do all kinds of stuff if you're in the Prior. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to new business. And we have bylaws. We have none with the exception of the confirmatory bylaw. So the resolution is that bylaw 4-25, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on January 15, 2025, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, I see McNabb Braeside, second by Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, none. It's carried. And I would accept a motion of adjournment from the member from Whitewater and seconded by the member of Horton. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, none. Is carried. Thank you. I think we've got everybody in the minutes. Thanks. Oh, not Deep River. Oh. Public, we'll be taking 10 minutes and we'll switch over to the Committee of the Whole format, starting off with the Health Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole for Health Committee. As I have ascertained, the ratings were exceptionally high for the Health Committee over the past several years, so we've actually doubled the size of our committee. Everybody wanted in the room for the Health Committee. It is the highlight of the County of Renfrew. It is 11:20 a.m. I'm calling the meeting to order. I will begin by inviting the disclosure of pecuniary interest, if any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. I now seek, and just for committee's benefit, for this set of minutes, it will be restricted to those who were present to move or second. The committee in its entirety can vote on the minutes, but it must be the mover or seconder must be a member that was present for the minutes. So with that, I am seeking a motion to approve the Health Committee open minutes of November 13th, 2024, please. Councillor Weir, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Any errors or omissions? I did already miss item, no, it's not on here. Call to order. Let's finish this one and we'll come back. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'm going to complete the minutes as well, Ms. Dombrowski, and we will return. Now, for the Health Committee closed minutes of November 13th, likewise a member who was present. Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. Any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? That they are also carried. And finally, we do not approve the minutes of the Board of Health, but we receive them. So, for the Board of Health minutes of October 29th, 2024, these are being received for the first time, so I would expect that any member of the committee today can move or second their reception. So could I have, please, a mover? Councillor Brose, seconded by Councillor Lynch. I am not capable of answering any of these questions. We are, today, we do not have, but we certainly have the I don't know if he remains to be so, but the Vice Chair of the Board of Health in Councillor Nicholson. We also have both the Warden and Councillor Murphy that are on the board. One of them could perhaps respond to any question, and as well Councillor Brose. Actually, we have the entire council here, so of course we have all four of them here. If there are any questions that you may have, perhaps one of our four designated board members could respond. Any questions or comments? I see none. That being the case, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So I'm going to return. I actually should have, I don't know if I'm calling the roll or just ensuring that the roll has been called. Ms. Van Starkenburg, can you identify?
Yes, thank you. Roll has been called and we have quorum.
Okay, thank you. I was also remiss, this was not part of the agenda, but I should have made note for those who have not been on the Health Committee. Councillor Pat Lafreniere is one of the two designated members from the City of Pembroke to participate in the Health Joint Services Committee. The other is Troy Purcell, who, as well as a member of the Board of Health, I believe still remains on the Board of Health as well. So we're very pleased that Councillor Lafreniere was able to join us here directly. Councillor Purcell, quite certain will be at our next meeting, but he is obviously is attending to another matter today. You're welcome here, and this is council. You will get to know much more. Thank you very much, Councillor Lafreniere. With that, there are no delegations or presentations, or at least there were none at the time of mailing, Mr. Kelly. Does that continue to be true?
That is still true, sir.
Thank you so much. Communications. There was a single item of correspondence from Health Canada's Emergency Treatment Fund, and the recommendation is that the communications be received as information. Does that require a motion, Mr. Kelly? It does. I would now seek a motion to receive that letter as information, please. Councillor Wilmer, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, we're moving on to the consent reports. And as noted at our briefing session on Monday, the intent here is that committee will have had opportunity to completely review. The floor is open to any question or comment on any of the item that is on either of the consent agendas, consent reports. But the default or the null will be to move on if there are none raised. So with that, I'll begin with item A, the consent report for long-term care. Any questions or comments? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping that we could have staff comment on item number 2, specifically the increased legislative responsibility on directors relating to issues already articulated in item number 2.
Mr. Blackmore, please.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Nicholson. So yes, this what this identifies, which is new, is for the many, the several hundred regulations that are contained within the Act and regulations for the Fixing Long-Term Care Act. It identifies that an individual, be that staff, manager, or director for that matter, could ultimately be held responsible or basically could be found guilty of an offense for any one of those regulations that are in place. It's a departure from what's typical in terms of regulation across other Ontario ministries. Now, Advantage Ontario has raised this concern with the ministry. This is something that's, the Act is due to be passed, assuming no changes come March. But again, that's contingent on whether if there's an early election, this would go back to the drawing board, as it were. But the concern is that just the degree of liability it places on directors. But again, in conversation with the ministry, we have reassurances that this is really intended for the worst offenders, and basically a don't worry type of response. But nevertheless, it's not sitting well with our Advantage Ontario and other municipal homes as well. Well, not just municipal homes across the board. Yeah, so that's just one of the items that's proposed within the changes in the Bill 235 supporting Seniors and Caregivers Act. And of other relevance to us as municipal not-for-profits is there was an element of the previous act that identified a ceiling for fines potentially for which the for-profit agencies are liable for a higher amount. Thoughts being that quite often board members for for-profits have a vested interest. They may have investments in that endeavor, whereas municipal not-for-profits, that's not the case. And the fear is that this may actually deter not-for-profit boards for people joining boards, or for that matter, municipalities endeavoring to further any additional long-term care beds or liabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Blackmore. Warden Emo.
Same section, section 2A. Quick question: do the same provisions apply to for-profit? So they equally can be face prosecution?
Through Chair to the Warden, that is the case. It's intended for everybody, all operators potentially. And like I said, it's from the staff to the manager to the director, potentially elected official.
Okay, thank you. And if I might, a supplementary.
Supplementary.
Given this government during COVID removed any opportunity for the government to be sued, individual ministers or the premier or cabinet, for their decisions around health issues. Have they removed that in this act? I don't recall seeing that. So in a sense, they're compartmentalizing the liability to our level while still allowing themselves to be free of prosecution and or consequence.
Chair, through you to the Warden, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And have we written a letter? I signed a letter somewhere, but I think it was the Warden's Caucus.
Through you, Chair, to the Warden, my understanding is that the EOWC was working on correspondence to this effect.
Yes. And so I'm wondering if the committee feels it would be helpful if we sent a letter on behalf of our 2 long-term care homes. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I'll circle around back to that, but I have a couple more questions. I believe, I'm not certain, Councillor Proctor, if you had your hand raised. Okay, then I'll come back to Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up with what was articulated there, I just want to make sure that a letter's a way to deal with it. But in the future, does the increase in that legislative responsibility require us to receive any additional information? Does it change our decision-making process? You know, and the example I try to reflect upon is water in our lower-tier municipalities. How we manage water and the reports that we get have changed as a result of that legislation. Will this legislation put additional requirements on us as a committee?
Ms. Blackmore.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson, I assume that would put additional responsibility insofar as, ultimately what the committee and council could be held responsible for. But in terms of one thing that was raised was, directors have liability insurance. That was expressed that in matters of compliance or non-compliance are not covered by such insurance. So there's an additional risk there. Advantage Ontario is planning some education sessions for municipalities to that effect. So I'll keep my eye open for that, make sure that council is made aware when that happens.
Thank you. Any further on this item? It's probably for those who are joining the Health Committee for the first time, it's probably for context. Has evolved over the course of the pandemic, and as committee will be certainly aware that the largest impact of COVID was delivered onto long-term care. Though I want to be careful there, is it was certainly weighted much more heavily to the for-profit than the municipal or the not-for-profit. So out of that, the entire regime around long-term care has substantially changed. The committee members that were in the room for the last couple of years are much aware that Mr. Blackmore has repeatedly advised that we've gotten much more into a white glove inspection enforcement regime rather than a collaborative inspection to the point where there are now in Ontario, there is one inspector for every 2 homes. I believe it's one inspector. So ultimately, the County of Renfrew operates 2 long-term care homes. There's one inspector dedicated to oversight of the County of Renfrew's long-term care homes. This is essentially consistent with that evolution of the approach to long-term care. I understand the impetus that was driving that, again, because of the trauma that was visited upon long-term care in COVID. However, the challenge is, as it so often is in these types of situations, the farther back that pendulum is pulled, the farther it swings when it is let go, and we have overshot. So the regime that we're operating in now, this is of a piece with the approach that the province has taken, which is having unintended consequences, which is absolutely putting a chill on directors. I don't know what our role would be. We are certainly covered by the insurance preferred by the County of Renfrew, but I can certainly see the dilemma for the not-for-profit sector. And ultimately, I'm even sitting here thinking in response to Councillor Nicholson's question that I anticipate that the next thing we are going to see is enhanced seminars and workshops and mandatory training for directors of long-term care, as we have seen actually within our police services boards. So it's evolving in that direction, and I think it's high time that the province actually focus on where the core issues were and put in place the measures to address that. The sledgehammer is inappropriate when a fly swatter is the obvious tool that should be brought to bear. In any event, that is just to provide you some context. This is not out of the blue. It is in keeping with the environment surrounding long-term care in Ontario now that evolved over the COVID pandemic. Any further questions on any of the consent items on long-term care? I have just two, and they're just technical. So on item number 1, Mr. Blackmore, I'm presuming that December 13th was when the agreement was signed. So I'm presuming all of these funds that are still within the provincial government's fiscal year will not be brought into our budgeting until the 2025 municipal fiscal year, that none of these will have been expended in '24?
Chair, yes, that's correct. These items are basically things like pressure mattresses, bladder scanners, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I had was item number 3. So the long time measuring tool has been a thing called a RCHC, which is Resident Acuity Index Minimum Data Set. So is that now actually being supplanted by InterRCHC as that measuring tool?
Chair, through you to committee, that is the case, and both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge are what's termed early adopters for this program.
Okay, thank you. A final opportunity for any of the other consent items? I see none. So this requires a resolution to receive. I would seek now a resolution to receive, please, committee. Councillor Giardini, seconded by Councillor Watt. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now I will go to item 6B, consent report for Emergency Services Department. I believe this is fairly brief. There are a couple of extension agreements. And in fact, I think that that's the entirety of the consent. I would once again offer any questions or comments on either of these items, either of the agreements. I see none, so I will seek a motion to receive the consent report from Emergency Services. That will be Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Service. Committee, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, then, we will proceed with discussion reports. And I know that Mr. Blackmore does have a PowerPoint presentation. You can be absolutely certain that if something is important, it has a PowerPoint presentation. And indeed, we are not disappointed today. Mr. Blackmore has a PowerPoint on item 7A, the strategic plan, or beginning with the strategic plan. I guess I would first seek, before you approach the podium, Mr. Blackmore, if in fact you can give us the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through to committee, a recommendation that the Health Committee recommends that the County Council approve the County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Home Strategic Plan for 2025 to 2030.
Thank you, and committee, you will find that on page 29 of today's agenda report. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Mayville, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Could you give us the background, please, Mr. Blackmore?
Is this thing on? Yes. So yeah, this is the County of Renfrew strategic plan for 2030. It's been something that both County of Renfrew long-term care homes have been doing for decades now, basically plotting our roadmap for the upcoming 5 years in terms of making sure that the best possible care is provided and grounded in evidence-based best practices, and that we make our homes as welcoming as possible to residents and staff. So as I identified, as has been our practice every 5 years, we undertake this process. This year from August to October 2024, with the guidance of our facilitator, Eric Lockhart of Lockhart Facilitation, we engaged all key stakeholders, including residents, families, staff, management, and elected for both homes by way of facilitator focus groups that were quite engaged, as well as surveys for which you, as elected, will recall having received the survey for both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge strategic planning. This culminated on October 21st with our strategy plan workshop, It was attended by each of the home's leadership teams, Warden Emo, Health Committee Chair Donahue, CAO Kelly, and again was facilitated by Eric Lockhart. We took all of the information we gathered through those focus groups and surveys, and we created an analysis of the aggregate stakeholder feedback, again with fulsome engagement throughout the day, within the context of our current circumstances, as well as future risks, challenges, and opportunities. This discussion culminated with validating the relevance and applicability of our current mission statement by way of focus group and survey and discussion. We recommended that the mission statement remain as it had been for the previous 5 years. We still saw it to be fitting. And from that, we engaged in discussion with regard to taking all the feedback that we received and prioritizing it strategically. So our mission statement, as I referred to earlier, it remains the same, that with a person-centered approach, Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge is a safe and caring community to live and work. We were sure to maintain that word safe because, as you may recall, that's a critical element in terms of Accreditation Canada, ensuring that that's part of our mission. So when all was said and done in terms of strategic pillars or priorities, we came up with the following. The butterfly model, basically an emotion-based model of care such as butterfly, enhances resident well-being by fostering a compassionate environment and addressing emotional needs, promoting a higher quality of life. We want to be the employer of choice. The rationale being that competition for scarce health human resources demands an innovative and attentive approach to recruitment and retention. We thought it important to be a clinical best practice leader. The increased complexity and acuity of resident care needs are best supported by evidence-based best practice programs. We want to be a safe, appealing, and technologically innovative home environment. And we want to be a home that is welcoming, modern, safe space for residents, family, and staff that enhances quality of life for all. And finally, campus of care. With the rationale being that a continuum of care services for seniors promotes independence and a sense of community while ensuring access to comprehensive care as needs change. To that end, we toured a number of campuses of cares in Southern Ontario, and ultimately what we'd like to see is for those individuals that aren't quite ready for long-term care or perhaps be on a wait list and might be on that wait list for several years to be cared for in a position or in a place that's supported at a fraction of the cost of long-term care, but still adjacent to the services of long-term care, creating that community hub, as it were. And I promised I'd be brief, and that's what I am. And that was, in a nutshell, I mean, all the detail with regard to how this strategic plan fleshes out in terms of what we do on an annual basis is our operational plan. You'll see more detail in your attached document. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Blackmore, and thank you also for setting the trend. It is important, I think, to express that to committee. I've always run a pretty tight ship here. We have very efficient meetings. We always keep them very tight. Any questions or comments? Councillor Brose.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Blackmore. I understand that Miramichi Lodge in Pembroke is now, have they fully implemented the butterfly approach, and that process is currently underway for Bonnechere Manor, or has Bonnechere Manor started? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Brose. So Bonnechere Manor, we're fully accredited, Miramichi Lodge, we're fully accredited in butterfly. Actually, we received the highest rating possible, one of only 4 homes in Canada to receive that excellent rating. So in the strictest sense, it is in place on one of our units. We're taking butterfly model of care concepts throughout the building, but in its purest form, it's in effect on one of our units. And Bonnechere Manor just completed what was called the chrysalis phase, fitting for butterfly. We're just started training for butterfly accreditation with hopes of being accredited within the year.
Thank you. Anything further on the strategic plan? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you. Great presentation. The 2 areas that I'm so glad to see included in the strategic plan. And I'll only highlight these two amongst the many items is the continued work with Algonquin College, a local community provider, that keeps our youth here in the community and then employable back into the community. So I think that's an excellent use of our resources and prioritization. And the second thing is goal number 5, this campus of care. I think that is the future and something that we need to be a leader on. And I'm glad to see it as one of the pillars. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Further. Warden Emo.
Actually, the member from Whitewater touched on it. Was probably pretty complete. I just wanted to tweak it a little bit. It's very important that we engage as often as we can with Algonquin College and keep them working with us on workforce development, quite frankly. As we saw in Perth, they just closed that campus. Part of it was I think the reduction in international students. However, I'm gathering that the enrollment here is still nice and solid, and in fact hasn't decreased to any way that's noticeable. So I would encourage as many opportunities as possible to engage with Algonquin College to develop our workforce firstly, but secondly to ensure it remains in the community. And the other point was with regards to the campus of care. I think we've been nibbling around the edges of it. We've talked about what we think we want to do. We've engaged a consultant and planning corporation to take a look at doing some work. And I see some survey stakes around Bonshire Manor and Renfrew. There's been some digging as well prior to the snow getting here, so it's good to see stuff like that. So I'm glad we've embraced the concept, and now I think we'll move to some kind of fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Final opportunity. Seeing none, you've heard the resolution. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 2 of the discussion. Once again, I would prevail upon you, Mr. Blackmore, if you would be so kind as to read item number 2 of your discussion report.
Thank you, Chair. Through to committee. Draft 2025 budget long-term care. A recommendation that the Health Committee recommends that the draft 2025 Bonashire Manor and Miramichi Lodge budgets be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented.
I would now seek a mover, please. Committee, Warden Emo, seconded by Councillor Lynch. And I believe, Mr. Kelly, are you kicking off the festivities?
I am, Chair, and thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Well, thank you, and it still is morning, everyone, so good morning, everyone, once again. And because this budget is, we're speaking about this budget, and you'll hear over the course of the next several meetings, this is the first of several budgets leading up to the 6th as I'll say a final workshop to workshop all this out. I thought I'd take a moment, Chair, just a bit of a preamble to Mr. Burke's presentation, so if you will. A budget is more than a collection of figures and a chart on a page. It's a declaration of our strategic plans and intentions, and I'm glad that Mr. Blackmore brought his today. It's a reflection of our values, and it's a roadmap for how we continue to serve and build our community. At the heart of this year's budget is something bigger than dollars and cents. It's our shared purpose and mission. And if you recall, that mission of the county is to deliver high-quality services to the residents of the County of Renfrew in an efficient and cost-effective manner. This year, as every year, the budget process brought us challenges. Meeting the financial targets set by Council while staying true to our strategic plan required balancing competing priorities, grappling with rising costs, and responding to the growing needs of our community. While we didn't fully achieve the target, we made every decision guided by our mission to act responsibly, to serve with integrity, and to ensure the choices we make today support a thriving future for the County of Renfrew. Budgets like leadership are about choices, and choices tell a story. This year's budget is a story of resilience, responsibility, and focus on our why. It's a testament to the work we're doing to keep our roads safe, support local businesses, protect the most vulnerable, and plan for a sustainable future. We prioritize these areas not because it was easy, but because it was right, and because that is the path that Council has set us upon. But we need to be honest about where we stand. The financial pressures we face in 2025 are significant. Inflation, economic uncertainty, and increased demand for services aren't just abstract concepts, they're real challenges impacting every corner of our county. And over the past several weeks and months as we developed this budget document and in the face of these pressures, we refuse to compromise our mission or the services our residents rely on. Reaching the targets as presented to us in 2024 would have likely required significant cuts and tough decisions that we weren't able to make as a senior leadership team without consultation with you and with our community. So instead, we took a deliberate approach, prioritizing what matters most. In many ways, this budget reflects not just what we do, but who we are as an organization and as a community. It's grounded in our belief that governance isn't just about balancing numbers, it's about making decisions that enhance quality of life, protect what's essential, and prepare us for the opportunities ahead. The 2025 budget embodies those principles, demonstrating our commitment to serving Renfrew County with clarity, courage, and care. But we need to address the elephant in the room. We are substantially over budget this year. That's not the outcome any of us wanted. And it's certainly not a position that we take lightly. But it's important we talk openly about how we got here, what we've prioritized, and where we go from here. But I'd like to take an opportunity in a moment to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of everyone involved in this process thus far, from the warden to council members and to staff across the departments. Each one of you has brought your expertise, your passion, and insight to the table. Your contributions are a reminder of the strength and talent we have within this organization, and they're a big part of why we continue to move forward even in these challenging times. Looking ahead to our next couple of meetings, we know this is just the beginning, and the budget we're presenting today isn't perfect, but it's certainly a starting point. It's a call to action to innovate, collaborate, and explore new ways of doing things. These challenges we face today demand not only fiscal responsibility, but also creativity, harmonization, adaptability, and teamwork, and together I'm confident we'll rise to meet them. So as we walk through the details of the budget, I encourage you to think not just about the numbers, but about the why behind them. This budget is more than a financial document, as I've said. It's a commitment to the people of this county to lead responsibly, to act purposefully, and to make decisions that reflect our shared mission and values. So again, thank you for your trust, your focus, and your dedication today and amongst the meetings coming forward. And I look forward to working together to find solutions to find efficiencies while continuing to build a stronger and more resilient Renfrew County for the future. So with that, Chair, I'll ask you to turn over to Mr. Burke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. So, Mr. Burke, you have seen now how the pilot has eased us out of the harbor. The helm is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, committee. As Mr. Kelly mentioned, this is the first of several budget presentations you'll get today and next committee meeting as well in 2 weeks. So with that, before we get into long-term care, I'd just like to go over some overview slides, and then I'll turn it back over to Director Blackmore.
These two, by the way, this begins on page 44 for all of you that are following on today's PDF agenda. And when you do make that leap, if you could apprise how to follow as well, Mr. Burke, please.
For sure. So to talk about what our guidelines were for the 2025 budget. So the first and probably the most significant guideline we have is to return a 3.25% property tax increase for the 2025 year. That was certainly the most difficult challenge we have, but its basis is not that every department will not exceed 3.5% over the prior year budget. It is that the property tax levy on the existing property tax base not grow by more than 3.25%, my apologies. The second guideline we have concerns our non-union salary adjustment, which is slated for 3.08% for the 2025 year. And then the other two guidelines we have came out of our long-term financial plan discussions in May and again in November, where we have created a growth reserve and have earmarked the weighted CVA growth in the County of Renfrew, those new builds, new property taxation, be put into a growth reserve to help deal with those growth-related pressures. And it would be held, and the decisions about what we would do with that money would come from our infrastructure expansion policy, which is a new policy you approved in November to deal with how we enhance our services we provide at the County of Renfrew. The second item coming out of that long-term financial plan is the increase required in our capital reserves to meet that 10-year capital plan. And the target was a $3 million increase from the year before. Obviously, that is more than 3.25%, but those are the targets we have. So just a word on the format of your budget. So when you get into the budget, you'll always notice this blue column in the middle of the page. That column is the 2025 baseline budget. What would it take to do everything we're doing right now and the things we have direction to do next year? If we move to the right of that, we're looking at, you have the 2024 budget for reference, a number of variance columns, 5 years of actuals, and in the back of your package, you have the November 2024 financial statements, all for reference. If we move to the left of that baseline column, you have your budget pressures, or what do staff feel are the best ways to meet the targets provided. Then you have a 2025 3.25% budget. That is the budget that meets the council target. And then on the far left column, you have an enhancements column. And that is what do staff feel warrants discussion about what we could do differently next year, new services that we could provide. Similar to prior years, you'll be familiar with the ranking of our reductions. We have classed them into 3 groups. So we have the level 1 or the green reductions, which are minimal service level disruptions that we can enact relatively easily. Those level 2 or orange level reductions are items that have minimal impact on residents, but they're usually temporary or one-time solutions. Things that will work for next year, but maybe not the year after, or involve shifting costs to the lower tiers or things of that nature. Level 3 items are things that will impact service levels provided. So if we get into the actual 2025 budget, you will notice that your baseline budget requires an extra $6.5 million of property tax levy from the year before. That is an increase of 11%. Of that 11%, 1.4 relates to your new builds, your growth and such. So the existing property tax payers on the baseline budget would pay 9.88% more than the year before, functionally 10%. We have our reductions, very minimal reductions in that green level 1 category. The bulk of the reductions are in that orange level 2 category. Things that we can temporarily get away with doing next year, but we will actually have to eventually come back to those discussions again. And then this year we have no level 3 reductions. We haven't suggested closing departments, closing wings, closing bases, layoffs. We haven't suggested any of that in this budget. That gets you to 3.25%, your target. Over and above that, we have 4.4% of suggested enhancements. So things we could do to improve the level of service we provide in the 2025 year. You will note then that if you do not agree to any of the suggested reductions, you choose not to enact any of those, and you choose to enact all of your enhancements, you would come in at a 14% property tax increase if you say no to all reductions and yes to all enhancements. And then just to give you an idea of what that means to a property taxpayer, in the County of Renfrew, the median property tax assessment for a residential house is $216,000. You recall that that's MPAC's median assessment, so it doesn't have a bearing on what you would pay to buy that house today. That's a 2016 valuation from MPAC. But at the baseline budget, it would mean each house would pay $87 more per year in tax. With the level 1 reductions only, $84 more per year. With the level 1 and 2 reductions, so that 3.25% would cost the average household $28 more per year. and our enhancements total $40 of extra property tax levy per median household in the county of Renfrew. And then I just have a couple slides to comment on the county of Renfrew as a whole, because we don't often do this. So in the 2025 baseline budget, the county of Renfrew envisions spending $234 million. Funding for that comes by and large from the provincial government. So 45% of our funding flows down from the provincial government. After that, 28% comes from the property tax levy, and then we have 11% from user fees, interest, fine revenue, that type of thing. And then the other funding, so in the 2025 baseline budget, we envision using $18 million more of our reserves than we contribute. So a total of 8% of our net revenue is coming from consumption of our reserves, our savings. And then we envision issuing $15 million more in debt than we plan on paying off. So 7% of our net revenue would come from the issuance of debt. And then 2% of our net revenue comes from those cost-shared programs with the City of Pembroke. In terms of who's spending the money, by and large, the Health Committee spends the bulk of the County of Renfrew's funding at $88 million. Second to that is Community Services, $65 million, and then Operations at $58 million. D&P and Corporate Services are the small ones of the group. And this is the last time you'll see the numbers presented like that. From here on out, we will talk about what is the net property tax share. So where there is revenue, we always show it in the associated department, and we're really driving on that. What does it cost the property taxpayer? But just for an overview, and it's good to keep in mind, this is what the County of Renfrew spends. And where there are opportunities for cost share or recovery, you'll see that corporate services and development and property have a number of internal charges to try and ensure that we're maximizing those grants where we can. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would pause and turn this over to Director Blackmore for his introductions.
Thank you once again. Just a couple of notes. When I'm seeing these gross figures, Warden Emo, I couldn't help but think of Councillor Hunt. He would be thrilled that he has got his foot wedged into the door. The other thing that I wish to bring to committee's attention, if we go back to the net, you'll see that gray segment is going to own most of that. Those other ones shrink substantially. The committees that you will be sitting on today shrink substantially. You will have your opportunity in 2 weeks. I would appreciate if you would, in fact, keep your thoughts to yourself until such time as you are chairing. Councillor Doncaster, please, Mr. Blackmore, if you would take the podium. The rebuttal comes in 2 weeks.
This is, sorry, through Chair to committee, this is, you don't have that PowerPoint presentation. This is, it can be distributed, but at the moment it's just me. And I'll keep it brief. Again, thank you. So this is just an overview basically of what the priorities are in terms of budget. I'm not going to get into numbers a whole lot. I'll leave that to Daniel, but more to speak to what our pressures are at the moment. And that's that of Health Human Resources. Specifically, as we're all aware, the Ministry of Long-Term Care has identified that we reach a provincial average of 4 hours of direct care per resident per day. They've introduced a number of funds to assist in that endeavor, namely the Nursing Supplemental Fund, Allied Health Professional Fund, as well as our Level of Care Fund. And just in tying back to what I just presented just minutes ago, our strategic plan, there's a direct relation here with regard to Miramichi Lodge and Watership Manor being the employer of choice, being clinical best practice leaders, and enhancing emotion-based model of care, butterfly model of care. And just to illustrate in terms of the bulk of the initiatives underway from the province speaks to this direct care funding. So just graphically to represent the pie chart in front of you, essentially of all the hours that are worked at the homes, roughly 82% of those hours are those direct care hours. So that's the PSW, RN, RPN, nurse practitioners that deliver the care, as opposed to other departments. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong graph. Actually, the graph you have in front of you right now, ahead of myself, represents the operating budget. Essentially, it's that 82% of the budget is staffing. And yeah. Again, just references are the desire to get to 4 hours of care, and where that basically came from goes back to the Sharkey report of 2008, and was really hit home after Justice Galeazzi's commission report on long-term care, identifying the need for more direct care hours. And the hours of care, when I say direct hours of care, it's important to differentiate hours of care worked versus hours of care scheduled. The standard is hours of care worked. So those instances where you've got your schedule for the week and you go short a number of hours, you may be scheduled at X, but you're going to come under because you didn't fill those shifts. I'm going to get into a few graphs in a few minutes that basically just demonstrate how far we've come in terms of approaching that 4 hours of care, and that was largely due to a number of initiatives that were undertaken here at county level with the assistance of the province for sure. So we continued our preceptorship program with Algonquin College, as was mentioned earlier, our RNs, RPNs, PSWs in particular. We successfully recruited a number of international PSWs for Bonnechere Manor that are still with us, and that program has really done well. We have actually a few that are transitioning into the RN program. And, sorry, we also, these efforts were all toward increasing our numbers, but also decreasing our dependency on agency staff. And I'll have a few graphs later that demonstrate successes we're working toward where that's concerned. This all in mind with some of the local pressures. So we all know that there's an additional 100 long-term beds coming online soon, that the hospitals are also have also tapped into unregulated PSW workers to hire as well. And more recently, we saw a drop in some of the local enrollment in our PSW programs at the college. International picked up, but we know that that's might be in jeopardy at the moment, so we're hoping we can get that local enrollment back up again for PSW programs. And this graph here basically depicts the hours of direct care versus those other ancillary hours worked. So direct care hours at 67%, and the other hours are, administration, management, housekeeping, dietary, laundry, maintenance, recreation, those types of things. This graph demonstrates the progression of our efforts in terms of getting us up in terms of hours of care for Bonnechere Manor. The blue bars being our own staff, the orange bars being agency staff. And as you can see, we started off in the first year with a few. Once the agency got ramped up, those numbers increased in the second year, and we're starting to see a decline in 2024, and hopefully in mid-2025, we're to the point where we're no longer relying on agency staff and all the ancillary costs that go along with that in terms of the increased wages, the travel costs, the hotel costs and whatnot, so significant savings that way. And as you can see, overall, we are increasing our hours of care. This next graph demonstrates where we're at specific to those 4 hours of direct care. Again, slowly getting to that target to anticipate in 2025 to actually reach that 4 hours of care for Bonnechere Manor. Similar for Miramichi Lodge, it just shows a steady progression of the direct hours that we've added as a result of those funds we received. And again, no agency staff were required at the lodge. And this next one just demonstrates where Miramichi Lodge is at with regard to approaching that 4 hours of resident care per resident per day. Getting closer to 4 anticipated in the upcoming year. think the challenge with us, actually, for the first time, Bon Manor surpassed Miramichi Lodge with regard to hours of direct care worked, and that was actually one of the small benefits to having agency in that when we're short-staffed. The agency will find someone for us, whereas sometimes with your own staff, that shift may not get filled. That's basically it in a nutshell. It's just demonstrating that basically it's the biggest driver for us in terms of increase, but there's funding that goes along with that, and that's getting those direct hours of care up.
So, excuse me, I will entertain questions of Mr. Blackmore at this point, but confirm Councillors Lynch and Nicholson and Army, you said to march on I don't think a council will consider mathematics on empty stomachs as well. So we will have Mr. Blackmore entertain questions pertaining specifically to his report. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, just specific to the report, I just want to make sure it's clear and for the benefit of those not part of Health Committee previously, but those additional 4 hours of care that we've been working so hard to try to ensure is provided, how much local tax dollars goes into the provision of those 4 hours of care? Not a dollar figure, a percentage if even possible.
I think you might be escaping Mr. Blackmore's purview on this. This might be more germane to Mr. Burke. Okay. I will provide an exemption specific to this sole question, Councillor Nicholson. Outside of that, on pain of death, Mr. Burke, I wonder if you could address that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say that as a whole, both homes roughly, give or take, run about a $20 million budget. And from the property tax levy, they require about $1.5 million each. Going more specific than that is a little bit difficult because property tax levy is just general revenue to them.
Thank you. We will take that up when we get into the numbers. Anything further that is germane specifically to Mr. Blackmore's presentation? Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a congratulations on weaning ourselves off the agency employment and the savings that come with it. My question is, with the 4 hours of care, upon reaching that or not reaching it, are there any consequences or penalties if you don't reach it? And are there any rewards for reaching it?
Mr. Blackmore,
please. Through Chair to Council Service, it's when it was first announced that that was the thought that thou shalt reach 4 hours, but since it's evolved to, it's more of a provincial average goal.
Perhaps to augment that a little bit too, the other thing to keep in mind, and I certainly endorse and thank you for raising that, Councillor Service, the agency services are not efficient. But the thing to keep in mind is commensurate with the province finally committing to this long-held holy grail of the 4 hours of direct care, we have also seen substantial expansion in long-term care. We know that within the county of Renfrew, with North Renfrew long-term care, with the Grove in Arnprior, with with Marion Hill here in Pembroke, with Valley Manor in Barry's Bay. There is an expansion of the beds, and while these have taken financial resources, they have also taken human resources, and it has been easier, though not easy, but easier to find the financial resources than find the human resources. So I don't know that we're necessarily out of the woods on that, because as these expansions are completed and there are more beds, there is going to be more demand for that service as well. Anything further? Councillor Watt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, is the 4 hours per patient or per person mandatory, or is it just a goal that we're reaching to? Is there a specific dateline to reach that?
Chair, through you to Councillor Watt, it's a provincial average goal. There's no, but the funds that are flowed to us, it's with the intention of doing that, of increasing your staffing, and we're held to do that to a point. It could be, the funding can be used to both keep your existing staff and increase staff. So that's where that money has to go. One way or another, it's going to direct care staffing. But in terms of, thou shalt be at 4 hours by a certain date, that's not the case.
Thank you. I think that we can perhaps tie that question to Councillor Nicholson's question when we take up the numbers after we had sated ourselves. Thank you, Councillor Watt. Anything further? Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up on that, so has the province committed to fully funding up to 4 hours of care, or are they only committed to funding the provincial average of care?
Through Chair to Councillor Brose, I think I would be guessing at that answer. I'm not really sure.
Thank you for your honesty. Mr. Blackmore, I am likewise befuddled at the answer to that. Anything further? I see none. So we do have the resolution before us. We are simply going to recess at this point for lunch. It is 12:14. So as to ensure that we get out of here by 10 p.m., I think we will take a half an hour lunch, as there are 2 committees to follow this one, and we got a while to go yet. Thank you. Ms. Poplinski. Welcome back, everyone. I do apologize for being a couple of minutes late. I just had to do the smelling salts there for a few minutes to prepare for this afternoon. With that, I'm once again going to yield to Mr. Burke, and if you would join me, we are begin on page 48 of the agenda. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, committee. So we're going to begin with the detailed Health Committee budget as it relates to the 2 long-term care homes. So long-term care homes, Bonisher Manor is a 180-bed facility in Renfrew. Miramichi Lodge is a 166-bed facility in Pembroke. Both are cost shared with the city of Pembroke. And the cost share is based on a 10-year rolling average of resident census. So where the residents in the home are from, have spent the majority of the last 10 years, forms the basis of where they reside, either in the county or in the city of Pembroke. And then we're doing a 10-year rolling average of that. Currently, and by currently I mean the 2024 figure, is 69% County of Renfrew, 71% City of Pembroke. And that's how the cost is apportioned for the municipal share of the long-term care homes. Moving into Bonisher Manor client programs then. So this is the department that does not directly nursing related, but client facing activities. So 3 full-time non-union staff, that's our physiotherapist, our social worker, and the supervisor. 22,000 hours of QP member time. And that QP agreement expires at the end of 2025. And for the 2025 year, it has a 3.25% increase. And there's a little bit of new funding in there dedicated to resident health and well-being, so it's shown as an offset inside that department. That's provincial funding. The lion's share of Bonisher Manor costs are in the nursing department. So the nursing department, we have nursing admin staff, so that's 4 full-time non-union staff, a director of care, 3 resident care coordinators, and 6,000 hours of QP staff for administration. And direct nursing hours is, of course, 236,000 PSW hours, 44,000 RPN hours, and 20,000 RN hours. Now, the RNs are a member of the Ontario Nurse Association. That agreement expired in March of 2023, so we have included an estimate for the CPI we expect inside that department. And then we have 3 other positions. So a nurse practitioner, a registered nurse for IPAC, and a RAI coordinator who is also a registered nurse. In terms of purchase service, so this budget, as Mr. Blackmore spoke to, has $200,000 of agency nursing costs. And what we've done is we've budgeted the staffing as if we could staff all the positions. And then we know we can't staff all the positions. So we know we're going to have to use agency nursing. So what we've done is we've included a number for the premium it costs us to pay for agency nurses. So $200,000 is the premium we expect to pay over and above what we would have paid our own staff to have agency nursing in the home for the first 6 months of the year. We expect after 6 months, they won't be required. We will be completely free of our agency staffing costs. And there's a couple of specific fundings related to nursing. So high intensity care needs, so those medical supplies tied to high intensity care, are 95% funded through the province up to a maximum. There's a subsidy for lab fees. There's a subsidy to have a physician on call, so each home has a doctor that they can call when needed, and we pay the standby charge for that. And then there's dedicated nurse practitioner funding, which does not equal the cost of a nurse practitioner, but it's shown as the offset. And this, Mr. Chair, is where we reach the first suggested enhancement of the day. So we have, as Mr. Blackmore said, we are attempting to upstaff to get to 4 hours of care per day. That's not the scheduled hours, but the actual worked hours. And to do that in Bonisher Manor, we expect that we would need to add 11,000 RPN hours. And that would, we think, be the last attempt to reach the 4 hours of care. We would be functionally there. Again, it's hours worked, so depending on sick time and other stuff, we may not, in fact, be there, but this is what we think it would take to get there. The absolute cost to add those 4 hours of care is $517,000. And since it's cost shared with the City of Pembroke, the net cost to the county property taxpayer is $360,000 to get to the 4 hours of care in Bonnechere Manor. In terms of other departments, so Bonnechere Manor, this is food services. So 3 full-time non-union staff, a dietitian, a supervisor, an assistant supervisor, 39,000 hours of QP chefs, cooks, and food services workers. There's some recovery because Bonnechere Manor runs the adult day program, and there's a little bit of vending machine sales and some other items in there. Housekeeping at Bonnechere Manor consists of 28,000 QP hours for housekeeping aides and a number of equipment replacements and such. And again, a bit of recoveries charged back into that adult day program, which is a separate funding envelope inside Bonnechere Manor. The laundry department, so 13,000 QP hours, and again, that adult day allocation. In terms of the building department for Bonnechere Manor, so this is the actual property itself, we have 1 full-time manager, 8,000 QP hours of maintenance staff, electricians, and plumbers. We have our adult day recoveries as well as phone and internet charges for the residents who do have phone and internet inside their rooms. And we have a new item in there called minor capital funding. It's actually a combination of 3 older fundings that were in existence before. They've now been lumped together and renamed to minor capital. It's shown here. We haven't yet settled on the exact criteria for that funding, but we will sort that out. So we budgeted the expense in here, but the details are yet to follow. In terms of the adult day program, historically we have, for reasons I'm unsure of, never actually reported a budget on the adult day program, but it is a feature of Bonnechere Manor, so this year we have brought it into the budget. Adult day funding is coming from the province itself to run the program, as well as client revenue for those clients who do come. There is a fee. So its net cost of the property tax levy is 0. It has 6,000 hours of recreation programmers and recreation assistants. And then in terms of Bonnechere Manor administration, so this is just the general administration department. It has 5 full-time non-union staff, so the administrator, coordinator, 3 admin assistants, QP receptionists in Bonnechere Manor. This is where we've booked all of our internal charges from finance, HR, IT, as well as the director of long-term care coming across from Miramichi Lodge. There are recoveries for our purchasing consortium where we buy medical supplies through, as well as the enhancement, and you're going to hear this a number of times today, the central scheduling project. For those of you in finance and administration, you'll be familiar with that concept. But for today's purposes, we're actually going to deal with that when we reach the HR department later in the day. Capital works inside Bonnechere Manor planned for the 2025 year. Foundation repair at $95,000, some flooring, elevator upgrades, sprinkler upgrades, a number of heater upgrades and some other items, lighting upgrades. A new server is required this year. And then there's a auto scrubber, which is a piece of mobile equipment, a generator project. So the generator project was begun in the 2024 year, and we estimate that it requires a bit of funding to finish it off for 2025, as well as a garbage compactor. In terms of revenue inside Bonnechere Manor, we have our resident revenue. So those are charges for residents to have those rooms in accordance with the Ministry of Health guidelines for those maximum fees we're allowed to charge. We have a bit of solar panel revenue. We have interest income, and then we have transfers from the Bonnechere Manor specific capital reserves to fund those capital projects. And then the lion's share of the funding for Bonnechere Manor comes from the provincial government. So we have a PSW premium. You'll recall this is the 3-hour top-up for PSW staff, where the province will pay the cost to have to pay PSWs $3 more per hour, and there's no maximum cap on that funding. That's just add $3 however many hours they worked. We have 2 other fundings which are tagged to meeting that 4 hours of care mark. So the Allied Health Professional Supplement, which was for those non-nursing staff, and then the Nursing Staff Supplement. And both those were provincial fundings designed to help us increase our staffing levels. Almost $4.5 million for those provincial fundings that were announced relatively recently, last year or the year before. We get a bit of money directly for some minor capital upgrades. And then the big one in the group is the operating subsidy at about $10 million. So this is made up of a number of components, 14, but this is the funding that is per bed day and tied to your acuity index, your CMI index. So of the approximately $200 per bed per day, $105 is run through the CMI calculation. About $300,000 or $400,000 is not tied to beds or days. It's the old flat funding. And it is reduced by the resident revenue collected. So the more basic accommodation revenue you collect, the less provincial money you will get. You are allowed to keep your preferred accommodation fees, though. And we are planning on a 2% increase inside the per diem rates. But those are ministry year increases, so they would take effect from April 1st on. For both homes going forward, we have estimated the CMI for the 2025 year, again, effective April 1st, as 1. So currently in Bonnechere Manor, we're at 0.99. In Miramichi Lodge, we were a little bit over 1. We were at 1.01, I believe. So we've gone with a flat estimate for next year of just CMI of 1 inside both homes. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if that's a good stopping point for Bonnechere Manor before I move into Lodge, if you have any questions.
Excuse me, thank you. I think that is an appropriate stopping spot, even though we are in long-term care. I think that there are some differences between the Lodge and the Manor. So I will open the floor up for any questions or comments on any of the presentations so far. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm stuck with, and it leads back to my question I had earlier before lunch, with the split between property taxpayer and provincial subsidy. And it's clear what's been provided in the presentation, the breakdown, but I don't understand why we're having such an increase in the property tax requirement to fund the operation of the home versus the province not picking up a portion, especially if it is, as you mentioned earlier, 7.5% is property tax and the balance is province. Can you offer any other explanation on that?
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So the province has kicked in an enormous amount of money towards reaching that 4 hours of care. The thing about the money, though, is, as Director Blackmore mentioned earlier, there's no target to it. So there was no thou shalt increase by this many hours or anything like that. So the funding for all the province's intentions was essentially flat funding. It could be used for retaining current staff or hiring new staff, it didn't matter. So your budget is based around spending all of that funding regardless of what we do. We're going to keep that money inside the long-term care home. So now, for each new dollar you add, there's no offset funding other than the PSW premium because we've already used our allocation of existing funding. So every dollar we add into the home is a dollar of property tax levy requirement because we've maximized all the fundings there are inside the home. And that's essentially why that is. So there's no new money for going over and above what we're at now. I would say there's no financial incentive to go higher than what we're at now in terms of staffing.
Follow-up, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. So the province gave us money to go to 4 hours. We used that money. We're not at 4 hours, so now we're going to use property tax money to get to the 4 hours. The problem is the province shorted us. That's what I understand. And they're asking us to reach a standard without funding us to get to that standard.
I'd like to weigh in a little bit on this first. So if we are using this funding, or I'm trying to find the entry point here. So one of the substantial saving graces moving into 2024 was we had substantial surplus came out of both the manor and the lodge. That was because of a very favorable ruling that we had prior to that not been aware of. So that the funding that was advanced towards the provision of the enhanced care, we actually were not using, and as we were, I guess, working towards our annual reconciliations, which I believe are about 2 years lag from the end of our fiscal year to the reconciliation. So ultimately, we were preparing to reconcile substantial dollars back to the province that we were not using. Then they said to us, okay, you don't have to. They can be allocated to other things, but they had not been in, I believe, 2022 and 2023, which generated substantial surplus that upon getting that favorable opinion that in fact those were our funds to retain, we did so and they went into reserves, which augmented substantially the capital reserves for both the manor and the lodge. But from that, it was my understanding that the funding was there. We had not been utilizing that for other things until 2024, presumably, after we got the favorable ruling. So did we in 2024 allocate to those costs towards that were received towards enhanced care towards something else? And the reason I'm weighing in on this, the same thing occurred to me as I was preparing for today's meeting, because ultimately municipal homes augment provincial dollars. There is no augmentation to for-profit homes. You'll note that I think in 2024, combined, as Mr. Burke had suggested, it's about $3 million that the municipal levy, the county levy, is contributing towards long-term care. The split, curiously, is forecast to be now even. There was usually about $250,000 delta between the two homes, but collectively it was $3 million. That's unavailable to the for-profit. I think largely it's unavailable to the not-for-profit. I think I don't have experience, but I'm assuming that typically the foundations within not-for-profit long-term care are likely oriented towards capital. I could stand to be corrected, and I will certainly note my ignorance of precisely how it works. But those homes are using only dollars from the province towards the enhanced care that I am quite shocked when I see those as the enhancement. And I know that they're not the exclusive domain of the enhancement, but the thing that leapt off the page for me, and I'm looking at page 48, which is that combined committee page, that if in fact committee and council sees so fit as to receive, to accept the baseline budget and to accept the budget enhancements, that would be a 50% increase to the allocation to Miramichi Lodge. You will note that the 2024 budget allocated $1.3 million to Miramichi Lodge. If we add $672,000 to the 1431, it's now putting us upwards of $2.1 million. So that's more than a 50% increase if in fact we approve the enhancements. So I don't know, I'm confused at that. I believe that that's what I'm perceiving from Councillor Nicholson as well, and I'm not sure. That's why I said prior to lunch when Councillor Watt had asked his question, I'm not sure if ultimately the municipal sector maybe somewhat subsidizing long-term care across the province if it's seen to be a global average of 4 hours, that not everyone is providing 4 hours. So I'd like to dig a little deeper into that, and if you could provide some clarity, perhaps Mr. Burke, between you and Mr. Blackmore, as to how we now find ourselves where ostensibly, if I'm hearing correctly, funds that the province has provided to long-term care in the county of Renfrew have been repurposed, driving a requirement to now augment them from the levy.
So through you, Chair, I think I kind of grasped the question, but you can let me know if I'm hitting it. Here in the county of Renfrew, the 2 long-term care homes we operate have always been subsidized, to my knowledge, by the property tax levy. The other not-for-profit long-term care homes inside the county, such as Marion Hill or others, do not have access to property tax dollars. They presumably offer a lower level of service, though I'm not aware of that. But ours have always been offset by the property tax levy. And the offset has always been that the provincial subsidies inside the homes were always tied, by and large, to occupancy. You get this much money per bed per day. Regardless of what you are spending, this is what you get. So we have always been funding that difference between what the provincial funding is per bed per day and what we are actually spending per bed per day. And that funding from the province is very rarely tied to an actual expense. It's usually tied to occupancy. So while components of your operating subsidy might say nursing, they're not tied to spending the money in nursing. They're simply tied to the bed per day amounts and the fact that you have, in fact, spent the money globally, more or less. There's a lot of details inside that funding formula, but that's more or less the case. So the municipal share has always been that little leftover amount inside the home that wasn't paid for by the province. And so every time you add something to the home, or every dollar, it's always falling on that unpaid for by somebody else's share. And that's why it always perceives like it's moving a great deal just to add a little bit of level of service, because you're always adding it to that unpaid share. And so in the past, you'll see, not on the slide, but in the actuals inside the budget package, you can see where in the past Bonnechere Manor 23-22 was actually consuming less of the municipal property tax levy than it is in this budget today. It was actually funded to a greater degree, and now that the province has put more money into long-term care and we are the beneficiary of that, the property tax share of our home has gone down, because we're running a home and it costs this much to run, and we're just paying the difference that the province doesn't pay. So to the extent that they're putting money in, it reduces our share. To the extent that we're adding costs, it increases our share. I hope that hits a little bit close to the mark.
So as to be quite sensitive to what is likely to be an action-packed day, for today's purposes, I don't want to pursue that any farther. I think that's something that I would be seeking perhaps to roll up the sleeves a little bit more at budget workshop, because what you're describing at the tail end of that would be reversed this year if, in fact, council was to accept the enhancements. Then we are increasing the overall cost share from the levy of the operation of both of those homes. So it is reversing a trend that we may have experienced since the province first started. But I don't want to bog this down. I think that the budget workshop would be an appropriate spot to perhaps have a more engaged discussion. Is that satisfactory, Councillor Nicholson? Okay, thank you. Any further items on Bonnechere Manor? Councillor Lafreniere, then Warden Emo.
Not specific to Bonnechere, but specific to long-term care. Just for members that weren't sitting around the table during COVID, COVID certainly changed the expected level of care provincially, nationally. A lot of the attention was on the private, and it was identified that they were lacking the care that we were already providing. So they've sort of set a benchmark in the province that we have to follow because of the lack of personal care that was happening before COVID. So unless we decide we were good enough before, you know, I guess it's not a legal requirement, as was mentioned earlier, to bring that care up, but it took the COVID pandemic to bring it to light that maybe there is that extra care needed. And what I'm hearing is, with the $3 an hour top up on PSWs, as well as the increased share the province give us because our costs went up, that increase is almost not, you know, it's not as big as what we would think it would be. And I think that's what I heard. So yeah, it's all about what level of care do we want to give, especially in light of what came to light during COVID and how some of the seniors were lacking the care they needed in some private homes. So I just wanted to give that information. That's why that came about. Thank you.
Thank you. Warden Emo, please.
Thank you. One of the positions or presentations that we made in the past is about the case mix index. And, you know, there is a study out there that said that if long-term care homes weren't collecting that data, which seems to be an endless request, not used data, that we could provide an extra 1,000 nurses across Ontario. So with the CMI here and at Miramichi, would would that eradicate? In the case of Bone Chair, I think the number was 358,000. Would the deletion or abandonment of the CMI process, would that give us more nursing hours? And I recognize that's not going to solve today's problem, but I think if that's the case, we can collect those numbers so that we can have an accurate presentation in the future.
Mr. Blackmore.
Through you, Chair, to the Warden. So those very points were raised through a special committee with the ministry. You know, how our thoughts with regard to, you know, we could have a better system than MDS CMI. So that's been heard and has since been listened to and mulled over, and now we have before us a brand new MDS system that we're about to enroll, the long-term care version of that, for which both homes are early adopters. So point taken, but it seems that the wheels are already in motion on the new MDS system for the province.
Thank you.
The other element to that too is, so the tool itself was particularly labor intensive, the gathering of the data. But the underlying issue with the acuity and the funding of the acuity was it was all proportional in ratio, and there was a fixed envelope of dollars that the province made available for that enhanced acuity. And what we have been seeing started long ago. By the time folks are getting to admission stage at long-term care, their needs are much higher than historically we were experiencing. The problem with the acuity funding or the enhancement is that it was ratio. So it is how your home is relative to other homes. So even if you saw a substantial increase in the acuity on intake of residents or the residents that are in situ, if you were only 80% of what other homes were receiving, you weren't going to get funded. So it wasn't particularly the tool, though it was particularly labor intensive and laborious, but it was the funding itself as well. Anything further on the Bonnechere Manor? I'll introduce one thing, and again, I'm going to view it from the same perspective. You know, we can really roll up our sleeves at the workshop. I'm very sensitive, of course, Councillor Lafreniere, to you and Pembroke being represented here today. But I noticed on I think it's the administration, so it's showing a substantial HR charge. I think it's $177,000. It does make reference to a central scheduling. It does appear, I don't know if it's connected, because it also appears to be showing a reduction. Yeah, here we are. This is on page 54, committee. It is showing a reduction in salaries of $116,000 and benefits of $36,000 and computer internet of $9,200. So ultimately, we're only showing an enhancement of $15,000 net. but I'm assuming that those are meant to fund the HR charges. So perhaps an abridged discussion of what that central scheduling is going to look like, because I think it extends into the emergency services as well, and particularly in deference to Councillor Lafreniere. I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit, Mr. Burke.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So presently, both homes, as well as EMS and RCHC and the remainder of the county, operate independent scheduling systems. Bonisher Manor has one, Miramichi Lodge has one. They do not connect. This plan is to bring a singular system with a singular set of staff to the county of Renfrew. So that is why it looks like that, is that the staff themselves, while they may be in fact the same people, they will now report through the HR department with a singular software cost. So it is shown as an HR charge. The actual expenses will be in the HR department, and the negatives in brackets there are the reallocations out of Bonisher Manor. And you'll find that through every department that has some type of funding or cost share. That type of situation where they're moving the costs and the staff and the software to a central spot, and we can have a singular one scheduling system for the county of Renfrew.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, then this is entirely personnel-driven, or all but entirely personnel-driven, of reallocation of reporting lines, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The software costs and the personnel behind it.
Okay. Again, that's something that I might want to I would certainly like to delve a little bit deeper in at budget, but is there anything further on any item of the Bonisher Manor presentation to this point? I'm seeing none. Let's carry on to Miramichi then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Miramichi Lodge is, again, almost a twin of Bonisher Manor, though slightly less beds, except for the fact that it does not run an adult day program out of Miramichi Lodge. So again, we have our client programs. In this case, we have a supervisor and a social worker. We have 19,000 hours of CUPE staff, those client programs workers. Again, the CUPE agreement contains a 3.25% increase. In Miramichi Lodge, rather than having a physiotherapist on staff, we have a purchase service from a physiotherapist local provider in Pembroke. And again, we have our resident health and well-being funding, a little bit of an offset there. And we have one enhancement tied to a physiotherapist assistant. So in Bonisher Manor, I believe we have 3 physiotherapist assistants, and in Miramichi Lodge, we have 2, and this would be to equalize the level of physiotherapy provided in both homes. The gross cost would be almost $80,000. After we take out the City of Pembroke share, net property tax cost is $55,000. In terms of nursing services, again, that's the lion's share of the home's costs. It has 5 full-time non-union staff, which is a director of care, 3 resident care coordinators, 2 admin assistants, direct nursing hours of 191,000 CUPE PSWs, 50,000 RPNs, 14,000 RNs, 1 nurse practitioner, 1 IPAC RN, and 1 RAI coordinator. We have the same provincial funding specific to nursing, so some subsidy for 95% of high needs care costs up to a maximum, a lab fee subsidy, a nurse practitioner funding up to a maximum. Again, that's not the cost for the nurse practitioner, that's just the maximum funding. And we have the same idea behind the suggested enhancement, but it requires significantly more hours to achieve in Miramichi Lodge. So it would be to add 11,000 or almost 12,000 PSW hours, 7,000 RPN hours, and the gross cost would be $800,000, $577 without the City of Pembroke share. The same idea is that this should be the last push to get to actually providing 4 hours of care funding. In terms of food service, then we have our dietitian supervisor and assistant food supervisor, 39,000 hours of CUPE, chefs, cooks, and food service workers. In Miramichi Lodge, we have Cafe M, as well as some vending machines. Housekeeping has 28,000 CUPE hours. Laundry, we have 8,000 laundry aid hours, that's CUPE as well. In terms of building costs, we have 1 full-time manager, 7,000 hours of maintenance staff. We have those recoveries for phone and internet and TV provided to the residents where they choose to purchase that. And we also have the same principle, the minor capital funding, which is the collection of older funding agreements. I believe there was about 3 of them bundled together into a new agreement. And we've shown the cost because we haven't yet determined exactly what we're going to spend it on to maximize that funding, but we will make that determination. In terms of general administration, likewise on this slide you can see the central scheduling costs. It's a little bit different on this one in that it's a slight savings in the lodge, whereas there was a slight cost in the manor, just because of the allocation is based on number of staff. So one went up a little bit, one went down. In terms of administration, then we have our director, our supervisor, and 3 admin assistants. We have a little bit of recoveries where we charge the portion of the director costs to Bonisher Manor. We have our finance, HR, IT, and admin time. We have our consortium purchasing rebates. Those are the group buying agreements we're part of. And then, as I mentioned, the central scheduling project. In terms of other items, so the Miramichi Lodge debenture is now complete. So as of October, that's done. The lodge is now paid for. And we have capital purchases of 4 air conditioning units at 1.2 million, an air makeup unit at 40,000, some lighting upgrades, and a couple pieces of IT equipment. In terms of revenue, again, so we have our accommodation, basic and preferred, as well as a little bit of respite inside Miramichi Lodge. We have interest income, and then we have the withdraw from our Miramichi Lodge specific capital reserves to fund those capital purchases I mentioned a moment ago. In terms of provincial subsidy, exactly the same except slightly less because it's all based on per bed day. So our PSW premium for 3 hours of care, our allied health, our nursing staff supplement, our comprehensive minor capital, and then the big guy, the operating subsidy, $9 million. So about $200 per bed per day. 105 of that per bed per day cost is tied to CMI. And we expect that the CMI at the lodge will, again, we estimate 1 for the latter 3 quarters of the year, down from 1.003. So pretty well we're bang on to where we are now. That would conclude the lodge. I don't know if we should stop.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Burke. I think that this is an appropriate pause to invite, again, any questions or comments on the lodge. Not to belabor, but I just wanted to raise this here, and again, we can delve deeper, but there's a couple of things that jumped out to me, and these are kind of on the last 2 slides. That is to be found, both of them to be found on page 62. So there is a disparity between the increase of both basic accommodation and preferred accommodation between the 2 homes. So the basic accommodation at Miramichi Lodge is being increased 2%, yet at the Manor it's 2.6%. The preferred accommodation at the Manor is increasing 6.4%. Sorry, at the Lodge is increasing 6.4%, but I think it's less than that at the Manor. So if these are, I'm assuming preferred, and I don't know if either of them are set by the province, but I would assume on the basic accommodation, is that not something that's consistent across all homes of what the increase may be?
Through you, I'll take the first stab, and perhaps Mr. Blackmore can take the second. So I believe that in the homes, one of the one of the items we get is that sometimes we are forced to accommodate a resident inside of a preferred room at basic rates. So we're not allowed to leave the rooms open. So we do have to take, sometimes residents get a deal. They get the preferred room at basic rates. So I believe what's driving this is that we were looking at the historical run rate of what our occupancies were inside each of those categories, which is not quite as simple as just this is how many basic rooms, this is how many preferred rooms we have, and extrapolate that out. So that is the case. In terms of basic accommodation, the actual amount is, again, perhaps Mike can speak to the mandated change in rates. But in terms of basic accommodation, the way the funding formula works is that the province will reduce their funding by the amount of basic accommodation you can collect. So from a financial perspective, the basic accommodation, when it goes up, the provincial funding goes down, and it doesn't really achieve anything. The preferred accommodation now is retainable by the home, and that's where there's an opportunity, if we had more preferred rooms, to offset the property tax requirement in the home. Mike, did you want to add?
Through you to committee, really don't have anything else to add to that aside from, as you'd mentioned, there are times that the preferred rooms are occupied by individuals paying a basic rate. That's more uncommon than common, but it does happen. It's not really something we can predict.
Thank you for both of those answers. And again, I'm quite prepared to defer to budget workshop. What I'm getting at, for those who have not sat on the health committee, so of course these are homes. These are residences that are paying a residential rental, if you will, through the basic accommodation. So I'm assuming it is probably akin to rent control right across the province. Here is how much the province has allowed for the increase. So what is surprising to me is on basic accommodation, I would have thought that that would be identical right across the board for all homes, if in fact this is viewed as an increase that is provided to you unless any home decides that they are prepared to accept less than what the province allows. It would have seemed to me that the basic accommodation should, whatever that dollar value is today, should be subject to the same rate of increase right across the province if it's a tenant-landlord situation. The preferred accommodation, there is certainly seems to be a component of a perhaps lower value use of what is a preferred accommodation. But on the final point that you'd made, Mr. Burke, then the province is actually downloading accommodation onto the municipal operators of these homes. If in fact they are withdrawing support for this, it is simply shifting the burden of that increase more and more onto the municipal partner and less onto the provincial partner. In any event, once again, I don't wish to belabor that here. The last thing, though, that I was quite curious about, and this is on the next slide on the same page. So this, of course, is Miramichi Lodge, and ultimately, if you look at the provincial subsidy, the expectation is that it's increasing 5%. That same chart that exists for Bonnechere Manor is showing an increase of 12.1%. Now, I don't know how the math works, and once again, I don't need to get into granular level today, but at budget workshop, yet another point of how does that come to be that the province is increasing their contribution to the manor by 12% and to the lodge only by 5%. So you can put that into your notebook as to one of the queries. And of course, health will be the first 50 or so. Anything further on anything from the Miramichi Lodge presentation? I am seeing none. So as you recall, the resolution was moved and seconded to forward this draft budget to the council workshop on February 6th. I will now call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Burke, and thank you to committee. Mr. Kelly, do we still need to accept the report as a whole? Because I think we're completed with long-term care.
I think that's one of the motions on there, is it not? At the end of the discussion reports, we'll both reports as
Of all of
all the
so we
discussion
are
reports.
combining
Yes, we are.
the reports
Yes,
to receive
that
as
is
a
correct.
whole. Understood. Thank you. And relieved. That'll shave at least 15 seconds off of today's meeting. With that, then, just bear with me as I'm going back to the agenda package. And we are, Chief Nolan, you are queued up here. We are at B. So again, on page 2 and 3 are the resolutions, but you will also find them on page 43, committee. So with that, I would invite Chief Nolan, if you would be so kind as to read the resolution number 1. Oh, you have a presentation as well. But if I could first prevail upon you to read the resolution, and then you will provide some information on the background, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 1, recommendation that Health Committee recommend that the draft 2025 paramedic service emergency services budget be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented.
Thank you very much. I now seek a mover, please. Councillor Wilmer. And I'm pretty sure Councillor Yare it is. Councillor Yon wanted, I knew that she wanted to second to that. With that then, Chief, if you would please provide your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to members of committee. Happy to provide a quick presentation for you today as it pertains to our goals. And really, I'd like to start off with the why. So Tina, I think I have the clicker here, don't I? Yeah, we'll go with that. My apologies if I'm a better door than a window here, but I'll do what I can for you. So the purpose of the Emergency Services Department is to protect the residents and visitors of the County of Renfrew from episodic illness, chronic disease, preventable traumatic injury, and factors strongly causative of vulnerability. And we've talked a lot about vulnerability in these chambers. So through our novel integrated approach to targeted response and community programs, we maintain a readiness through an all-hazards approach to community wellness. And I think that this is a new lens, if you will, in terms of better explaining the why we exist, why we do what we do, and I'll talk to you a little bit about how and what we do in the same vein that CAO Kelly laid out our understanding of where we're at and where we're going. So in our strategic priorities in 2025, our 911 programs will be focused on optimizing the availability and allocation of response-capable paramedic staff, modifying deployment and the medical priority dispatch strategies, and engaging staff to improve overall system performance. And as well, the CR team will focus on improving response capabilities and reducing time to first treatment. And I think that that's important when Nick, who's at the back of the room, for those of you who have not yet met Nick is the acting Deputy Chief Operations. When Nick's team is looking at how the incredibly hardworking and capable staff that we have on the 911 side of the house are looking at the system, there are many areas that we have undertaken this year, namely MPDS. So when we talk about why is it taking so long for paramedics, or what's going on with the response to this or that, it's been a game changer and not without its hiccups. And so we've been realigning our deployment plan with the new strategies of the province through MPDS. And we'll continue to work on that, and that's going to be Nick's focus. Matthew Grenny's focus through community programs will be focused on reducing the burden of disease through enhanced efforts across vulnerable populations, namely older adults with complex chronic disease, really the inception of the community paramedic program, and now refocusing on younger adults and children struggling with mental health addictions, and all of those who are challenged by precarious housing and limited access to primary care. And that's really where Matthew and his team's focus has been. And so that these programs will collaboratively focus on these populations through our community paramedic program, through our VTAC program, and our MESA program. And I think that it's really important to understand how those three program areas intersect to be able to support those vulnerable populations. And Dave Libby, Deputy of
business, we'll call them today, will focus on establishing cross-departmental performance metrics, dashboards to demonstrate the effectiveness and efficiency of our programs and identifying opportunities for ongoing improvement. And it's probably important to know when we think about, we've got bases and we collaborate with Jason's team on those. We've got significant vehicles, but in terms of the doodads, the inventory and the day-to-day, Dave's staff manage over $1 million worth of inventory, and that includes over 1,200 individual assets, as well as over 200,000 consumables every year. So we've got our own little Amazon working in the back of the house to make sure that every paramedic and every bag and every vehicle and every storage unit is equipped to be able to ensure seamless service to our community that really doesn't need to be seen, but needs to be relied upon. So thank you to Dave and his team for doing that. Some of our additional key areas of development, of course, working with Jason and his team around Pembroke and the Whitewater base construction, and as well establishing the County of Renfrew emergency response vehicle certification. And I think that's important to note that we are seeking, as the first paramedic service in Ontario, the ability to certify our own vehicles as emergency response vehicles, and that will give us the ability to purchase our own vehicles. In the case of emergency response vehicles, our last experience was we purchased a vehicle, sent it to Toronto, waited 13 months for it to come back to us as an emergency response vehicle. Glenn and his team, and a big thank you to Lee Perkins and the entire department, has the ability to now do that inside a week. So we need this stamp and the certification from the province to be able to do that, greater efficiency. And we also have a number of vehicles. This pickup truck, for example, in today's budget that's sticking out there. That's an example of a vehicle that Dave and his team will be able to upfit and be able to turn that around very quickly. And so we're pleased to be able to move forward in those types of programs. We also have a departmental asset management program that is seeking to find efficiencies, and we've rolled it out on the community paramedic side. We've learned through that experience. We'll be looking to complete that implementation over the coming year. And the Emergency Services Department will also work with your municipalities, those who choose to participate, in hosting a countywide disaster exercise. We did that a number of years ago. We're going to bring that back as a sequel to what we did last year around sandbagging and the training and the other work that we've done. So the idea of a volunteer corps is certainly not lost. For those of you that have not seen this graphic, I think it's a very clean, clear depiction in terms of what we do and what the relationships are between our programs. So when we look at the VTAC program, for example, we have over 72,000 calls from the public a year into that program. We've seen over 54,000 patients. We serve over 4,500 patients a month, and with that, we know that we have a significant number of 911 and ED calls avoided to the tune of 12,000 a year. So that program is bearing significant fruit, and I'm sure some of you have your own stories about what that means to you and to the community. When we look at that in terms of paramedic response, we're sitting at and holding at or near 15,000 calls a year. Our goal in these other programs on the outside, the periphery of this, are really to protect those 911 resources. The 911 resources, the multicolor in the middle, represents about 20% now of total effort from our entire department. But it's important that if we're able to hold in low single digits in terms of demand and growth, we're doing that using 100% provincial dollars in the outside rings to be able to support that most vulnerable population. And on a personal level, we're also ensuring that those people are not having those critical life threat emergencies to the same degree that they are in a community that does not have those protective measures. And then, of course, community paramedicine nearing 20,000 patient engagements a year. And I think that that's critically important. One thing that I want to break out for you, in addition to this, is some of the MESA data. And thanks to Matthew and his team for bringing this up. And obviously, this is a representation of the work that the entire MESA team is doing. Myself, Andrea, Jason, Craig's putting an incredible amount of time into this. But so too are our partners at Addictions Treatment, McKay Manor, PRH, RVH, and so on, because they are every bit as much a part of MESA as we are. But we know that this year we have over 308 unique clients now regularly receiving community supports. The mobile response team follows very closely 160 unique clients over the last 6 months with over 1,400 total encounters. The referrals to out-of-county beds through Connect Ontario, around 35 individuals. 130 individuals have engaged in community withdrawal treatment. That's an incredible number and something to be celebrated. That approximately 100 of these people have also accessed residential treatment programs. So this engagement is working, getting people to the services that they are choosing, but we're making it as easy as possible for them to be able to access these services. The ASH program, something that we've learned about, no stranger to Andrea and her team, but when we look at that, 34 individuals pre-treatment and 16 post-treatment now have their own place to live. They're paying their rent, they have their own accommodations, and they're off the street. This is an incredible stabilizing effect in the MESA program. We also have 50 people are being supported through short-term accommodations, and these are on social contracts and care plans. So these aren't just people staying in motels. These are people with our support, having regular interactions with our team, making sure that they're moving in the direction of treatment programs and rehabilitation. And then there are 65 clients now regularly accessing mental health services and 36 unique clients regularly accessing MESA's addictions treatment services. So we're very proud of this effort, and I wanted to share this with you today so that you can see not only why we do what we do, but a little bit of how we do what we do. And I think the budget, as Daniel goes over it, will show you what we do in greater granularity. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will once again move to Mr. Burke. And this begins on page 65, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Nolan. Yeah, and my apologies. We did miss two minor departments. Their other long-term care and the health unit. So I'll just circle back to those very briefly.
Just to be clear, there are no minor departments.
Where's the major?
Just one page prior, I think. 1 and 2 pages prior. OVOHT is 64, and the health unit is, sorry, both of them are 64.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, just two other departments that are not minor. Other long-term care. The North Renfrew Long-Term Care Home. So again, a number of years ago, 21 beds were transferred from Bonnechere Manor to North Renfrew Long-Term Care. And with it was transferred that municipal share, the unfunded portion from that we were subsidizing those 21 beds for in Bonnechere Manor. And that remains our agreement. And so it's for a number of years been the exact same cost at the rate we transferred it, which is $140,000. And it is cost shared with the City of Pembroke in the exact same way as our other long-term care homes. The other health-related department is, of course, the Renfrew County Health Unit. And so every year we receive a letter that specifies the municipal share of the health unit. In this case, while the City of Pembroke is a partner with the health unit, their component is not run through the County of Renfrew. They will pay the health unit directly. So this is just the County of Renfrew share of the health unit. And it is 3.4% over the year, the 2024 amounts. So just over $2 million subsidizing public health. And then lastly, we have the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. And this is a new funding agreement from the province, not new this year, but relatively new in the last few years, to provide for the Ontario Health Team initiative. So it has no property tax costs. It is a fully funded department, but it's almost $1 million, and the funds are dispersed through a steering committee that has a number of local partners, but the staff primarily are County of Renfrew staff, and the funding is held here at the County of Renfrew. With that, we'll move into the paramedic service. So the first part and largest part of paramedic service that I'll talk about is...
Sorry, may I just speak to the Board of Health?
Sure, briefly as much as you
Very briefly. That increase although we do have an increase, we haven't decided how to fund it. That was a placeholder for budget. We have not voted on it yet, whether to take it out of reserves or not. Thank you.
For clarity, though, when we receive, and I know that one of the committee members, councillors, asked me earlier today that it says it's estimates, but that's a terminology. The estimates required is essentially saying thou shalt pay, so I'm not sure how that will function moving forward if they've now delivered the letter upon us with that as the estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you mentioned, I did receive a funding letter. It does say estimate, and it does say that thou shalt pay in 12 equal installments. So until I receive a revised funding letter, I will proceed to pay the amounts provided, but perhaps they will send a revised funding letter and we will adjust when we receive that.
I think we'll move ahead. We do know that it's got an upset limit of 3.4%.
So in terms of paramedic service, then, of course, the lion's share of it is what we would call the 911 program. So for 911 admin staff, it has 19 full-time non-union staff, which is a director, the 3 deputy chiefs, 2 logistics clerks, 3 admin assistants, and 10 commanders. It has a couple summer students or co-op students, as you like, as well as some casual non-union commanders. And then for core staffing, the chart on your screen explains the core staffing. So of course, 2 paramedics to 1 vehicle, 24-hour a day, 365 days a year staffing across all of the bases, and then some of those bases have up staffs for part or the entirety of the day. That gets you to 175,000 hours of paramedic frontline staff. And they, of course, are CUPE, and they have an agreement with a 3.25% increase. Then trailing that frontline staff, we have a number of sort of a tail of other items. So we have about 7,000 hours in estimated overtime. This is the call runs long, so they're stuck. They can't get off at the end of their 12-hour shift. We have then about 70,000 hours in vacation, sick, education, all of the other things that aren't frontline hours. We also have about 3,000 hours that are paramedics in the emergency room in Renfrew, helping with the offload delay costs. Sorry, Arnprior, not Renfrew, Arnprior Hospital. We have 6,000 hours of paramedic time in the what's called offload delay funding, so that's provincial funding. Those paramedics are in PRH, helping assist with offload delay. And then we have 8 or almost 9,000 hours on our MESA team, just paramedic time. In addition to the time from our own staff on MESA, we have $500,000 in purchase service. So this is the crisis worker half of the MESA team program. We have the paramedics, then we have the crisis worker part. Capital purchases, so we have 5 stretcher units. These were approved in 2024. They have not yet arrived. We have 5 ambulance deposit orders. What this is for the last number of years, an ambulance has taken 2 years from the date of order to arrive. To order one, you have to put down a deposit. So we pay for 30% of the ambulance up front and the remainder when it gets delivered. So we're going to put down 5 deposits for ambulances that won't arrive in 2025. We're going to pay for 9 ambulances that should arrive. That's across 2 prior years of orders. So hopefully all those will arrive and we'll pay for those deposits. We have 3 IRVs. Now, the IRVs, we do believe going forward we can both order and receive in the same year. So we're estimating that we can clean up the ordered but not yet received IRVs from 2024, as well as get full vehicle orders received in hand in 2025. So we have the IRV fit-ups for orders that were made previously, and then the new IRV orders, so 2 SUVs, 1 pickup truck. We have the replacement for our paramedic boat And then we have the replacement for one of our paramedic side-by-sides. In terms of funding, then we have our emergency room staffing agreements. That's where Arnprior Regional Hospital will pay us to put a paramedic in the emergency room. We have recoveries from our CUPE union for time spent on union business. We have our provincial offload delay funding. We have our SUAP grant. Now, I should point out that the grant is not directly to us. It is through a third party, and this is our share, as I understand it, of that approved grant. We have an interest allocation, which is required under the guidelines particular to this funding program, that they have interest received be reallocated back. We have a cost share with the City of Pembroke based on population for land ambulance. And then we have our core funding program. Somewhat unique is that the Ministry of Health, what we talk about 50-50 funding, but it's 50% of your budget is what they fund, the prior year budget, as opposed to any form of actuals. So they will look at your prior year budget as according to public sector accounting standards, not municipal standards, so there's a bit of a distinction there, and they will fund 50% of it. So in this case, I have my 2024 estimated funding, which was relatively correct. I think it was out $2,000 or $3,000. And then the estimate for 2025, which would be $13 million. In terms of suggested reductions, so this is a carry forward from the prior year where we were using a collection of reserves to offset our MESA costs. So the MESA program, you've heard me mention a little bit about the paramedic specific part, but there's also a RCHC component and a community services component. And the full slide deck is actually presented inside community housing, just to centralize it in one spot. But you'll see this repeated across all areas where MESA comes up, is to continue to use those MESA reserve collection to fund that program until such time as we're out of reserves, the homelessness crisis is resolved, or the province chooses to fund some version of MESA. In terms of enhancements, the 911 program has a number of suggested enhancements. So they have a request for one admin assistant with a net cost or a gross cost of $71,000, net cost 62. Again, that's Pembroke's population share. Logistics clerk, so we currently have 2 logistics clerks. This would be a third, same costing. There's a request to increase 1,000 hours in the training budget for the paramedics themselves. There is the central scheduling adjustment, again in paramedic service, same as in long-term care. There is a request to do some management training, total cost of $40,000. And then there is a request to add ACP float tuition. So this is a suggestion that we place less reliance on casual staffing models and full-time staff, use full-time staff to backfill vacancies that we might encounter. And perhaps that's a good spot to stop in the 911 program before we move into the other parts of paramedic service.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Once again, I will open the floor. Any questions or comments on any of the ES budget, the paramedic service? Councillor Frenier, please.
Just a question so that I can answer it if I get asked by a Pembroke resident. So I understand all the programs are cost shared with the city for the most part. When it's population based, is there a calculation done to come up with a per resident cost for the entire county and the city, and that's how it's calculated?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the population, when we refer to population in terms of our agreements with the City of Pembroke, is based off the MPAC count done every 4 years. So the population changes once every 4 years, and it is the MPAC, what would you would use for your elections, the exact same numbers there. So that's the population.
Okay, so what I'm asking though is that the per resident, whether you live in the county, anywhere in the county or the city, so the per resident fee would be the same?
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on any component of the paramedic budget? I just have one, and I'm not sure because I know there's business cases as well. So when we reviewed the central scheduling in long-term care, there was, and we arrived at and established that by and large that is personnel-driven, staff resource-driven. But I don't see an offset here. Ultimately, the net in long-term care, I believe, was 177 was the gross, but it netted out to 15,000 at the end of the day. So is there an offsetting net here, but because of some of those staffing changes, it's been essentially nullified, or am I even remotely close?
No, that is perfectly correct, Mr. Chair. So there is a staffing reduction inside paramedic service where they would move towards central scheduling, but there's also then 2 or 3 other staffing increases suggested in the enhancements, which are offsetting that.
So ultimately, the salary and employee benefits enhancements now are net, and on net, it would see a slight change. And that's just since I mentioned it, particularly as it pertained to Miramichi. Ultimately, the baseline budget here was below the 3.25% target, and with the enhancement, my math says it would be 4.66% if all of the enhancements were approved. Any further questions, comments? Councillor Lafreniere.
I'll ask this now because I see lines regarding the Pembroke cost share, and most of them are going down for the city of Pembroke. So I don't know when we get to the end of the complete budget where that's going to land, but I've been making notes. It seems that long-term care has gone down, the cost share for the city. There's some in the paramedics that have gone down, but then there's some that gone. So when will we get an estimate on the budget impact for the city?
I'm going to take the first stab at this. Perhaps you and Councillor Giacono can swap seats, and at the end of the Community Services Joint Services Committee, you might have an answer to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Lochte and I have conversed, so your treasurer does have the totals from all of the baseline as well as what may or may not occur over the course of our budget, so we do talk. So you have that, or rather your treasurer does. I believe it's built into your budgets as they go forward.
I know they always give an estimate, so thank you.
So you are now free to vacate the chambers after this meeting. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question on the suggested reduction to reach the levy target. So the use of the operating reserves to offset the MESA costs. Is there future potential should the Heart Hub proposal gain ground where some of these costs would be absorbed, the future costs of something like this would be absorbed into another provincial project, or no?
I'm going to take the shot clock, and I think it's Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. All I would say is we don't typically budget on what ifs, right? So yes, I mean the answer is yes. I mean but we don't know exactly we don't know the exact parameters of the Heart Hub funding model. We know there's envelopes and everything else, but we certainly don't budget on the hopes and wishes, right? We're fingers crossed, but definitely that. I think to answer more specifically your question, the MESA program can't continue past this year without dipping into the levy requirements. I think that's more specifically to the question you're trying to get to.
Is that accurate? I perceived that was the point that you were trying to get at, Councillor Nicholson. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to confirm why it would be yellow, and I can see why we're buying a year to confirm how we would do in the following year as an option.
So it is not sustainable on the model that we have adopted. I don't know if the Heart Hub per se is going to have as large an impact. I think that probably as a separate and parallel track, the province needs, and we are, that is one of the key delegations, is that this needs to be part of the provincial funding moving forward. This is not or should not be allocated to property tax basis. If you are through, Councillor Brose, you had your hand up.
Thank you, and excuse me, just a step back because I missed it a little bit earlier. The Ontario Health teams, because the money flows through the county, Do we get any sort of a report from them exactly what kind of services they are providing?
Thank you very much, and I'm proud to say that Chief Nolan is now a co-chair of the OVOHT, so we will definitely, as part of a number of staff, Mr. Burke, myself, we sit on regular meetings with them. The OVOHT reports annually to this chamber. I think they were here, I forget what last day we're here. There are several working groups of the OVHT, and the reports are there anytime. They do not have a requirement, however, to report to us.
I think colloquially, this has been referred to as that the county is acting as the banker, and I think that the service level agreement is held by the county, but it is essentially meant to facilitate the OVOHT.
That is correct, Chair. And there's a reporting mechanism, of course, back to the province and financial, and we take care of that, but there is no mandate that this council directs it or otherwise. It flows through.
Okay, thank you. Anything further to this point on the 911? I see none. Let's carry forward. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then we move into the other paramedic departments. So the first one up is Community Paramedicine Long-Term Care Program. So this is technically actually two funding envelopes, but they're performing the same function. So there's the provincial long-term care paramedic funding at $2 million. It's been at $2 million for a number of years since the program was launched, initially as a pilot program, I believe. And then there is the old, the original funding, which was community paramedicine, which is actually run out through the Arnprior Hospital, and it's much smaller. It's about $365,000. So these programs run 4 full-time non-union staff, so a data analyst, 2 admin assistants, and a coordinator. And then they have 23,500 paramedic hours, which is functionally 5 staff engaged in this every day for 12 hours, 12-hour shifts. So the reduction is a little bit of an optics item. I'm not entirely sure if it will be required or not, because its year ends on the provincial year, which is March, and if you recall, last March it actually ended in a surplus position and contributed money to the Community Paramedic Reserve. But if we have done our budgeting correctly, the envelope of staffing and costs no longer fit inside of its $2 million budget, which hasn't been changed in a number of years. So that's the pressure, is our funding isn't really increasing on this item, and the cost of providing the same service is. So what we're suggesting is, as in the last year, it contributed to the Community Paramedic Reserve. This year, if required, it would draw on it, and only if required. The other other department we have is, of course, VTAC. So VTAC now operates an almost $5 million funding envelope, and that is 7 full-time non-union staff, so a commander, a coordinator, and 5 admin assistants. 6 part-time non-union staff, these are admin assistants, so that's answering calls. It has 14,000 paramedic hours, so 3 staff every day of the year, and the clinics move around. It has a bit of purchase service from our other partners, so that's the arrangement we have to buy doctor hours, so that we have doctors on call to take calls or to answer the needs of those people who call in. We are renting space currently in Arnprior from ourselves, Renfrew from ourselves, Eganville base from ourselves, and Pembroke from Care4. Our provincial funding agreement ends in March, and it's been said a number of times permanent, but it's just to say that we don't have next year's funding agreement, presuming it's the same dollar amounts. And we have 2 enhancements suggested in this. The first is to onboard a data analyst to do some of our analytic work, and this would reduce our reliance on third-party staff who are currently doing this. So again, net cost suggested is 0, but the position itself would cost $126,000 salary and benefits. And then to roll some more of our part-time medical receptionists into full-time staff. So again, similar to other areas, now that the funding is more or less confirmed to go forward, retaining staff is becoming more of a priority, and we're suggesting that the way to do that is to make them full-time as opposed to part-time. The last piece of Health Committee's budget is emergency management. So this is our department where we have dispatch fees, our emergency management exercises, as well as some internal charges for staff time. And it has a suggested enhancement of $30,000. This is to do some work on the new provincial initiative for the 911 program, which is called E911. Again, this is coming down from the province. This would be, with the new system, what we're requiring to do is some data checking to make sure that the addresses are in fact correct. So we're proposing that we would hire our existing vendor who does our work for Esri and GIS to do some of this data verification work, and then the cost is expected to be $30,000. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes health.
Thank you very much. With that then, committee, once again, I would invite any question and comment, beginning with the CPLTC. I just have one. This is a very technical question, Mr. Burke. So I understood the entire discussion about if needed to draw from reserves. But I note in here, it ultimately doesn't affect the levy, but I'm presuming since this is considered a pressure, because there is no line item draw from reserves on the reserves page itself, and is that reflective on this is more of a if needed rather than it is set into the budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, your reserves page in your budget, the actual spreadsheet, is predicated on the baseline budget. That's how it was populated.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on the CPLTC? Certainly that is one of the things that needs to really drive at some advocacy here. As I have said repeatedly, if one goes back pre-COVID, ending hallway health was a principal element to the electoral success of our current government. And the CP broadly has addressed a whole lot of the pressures that were leading to that. And CPLTC has a very direct impact. ALC, sorry to throw another acronym at the new committee members, alternative level of care. Oftentimes it's because there are not the supports needed and other sectors of healthcare are impacted. So that this has been essentially frozen over an incredibly inflationary period is in fact saying that it's been reduced. And these, once again, are health expenditures that do not belong on their property tax. They are not being funded through the property tax currently, but they are eroding every year. So our capacity to continue to meet the needs of our community are eroding along with them. Moving on then to the virtual triage and assessment center. I think probably echoing what often Chief Nolan has said, I think that every health sector, and perhaps Mr. Blackmore, you can confirm, when there is a static funding, nobody has certainty. Long-term care, hospitals, et cetera. There is no document that says this is what the province shall fund, and every year we await to this. So that is fairly static and expected that funding will still flow. We have certainly been assured by our MPP and by the province that is now solid funding. And finally then, two more. One more. Emergency management. Questions, comments? Councillor Lafreniere.
So my inquiry here is I don't believe that we cost share with this program. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the public, Rector.
Well, I get to take part in that fun event that I get to sit out in every time I'm here.
That would actually be a good idea.
If I could.
Actually, if it's not really germane to this budget, we're now past 211.
Yeah, so this is
I see the
something-
chair of
My
Human
apologies.
Services vacated. So I think that another meeting might be the appropriate place to have a more in-depth discussion vis-a-vis moving forward. But for our purposes, confining it just to the budget that is before us. Any further questions or comments?
No, thank you.
I see none, and I believe that concludes the budget presentation. Mr. Rourke, it does. So I will go back to the resolution that was moved and seconded to move forward to the budget workshop on February 6th. I don't have it in front of me, but I am now going to call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I do note that there was no very specific resolution on the outside agencies, OVOHT, the Board of Health, and the reallocated beds, but ultimately they will be captured in our motion to approve of the discussion reports as a whole, correct? Okay. So I am back. Sorry? Okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, there it is. I'll read this recommendation. So the recommendation is that the discussion reports be received as presented. I'd seek a mover, please. Councillor Grills, Councillor Doncaster, all in favor? That is carried. Moving on to item 8, deferred reports. There were none at the time of mailing. Does that continue to hold? Mr. Kelly.
There are no deferred reports, Chair.
There are no deferred reports, and I could be absolutely certain that there's no verbal reports because I don't want to hear any. There was no requirement for a closed session at the time of mailing. Does that continue to be so?
That continues to be so.
Is there any new or other business? I see none. With that, then, mercifully, I would seek a motion to adjourn. Councillor Lafreniere, Warden Emo, all in favor? That is carried. Opposed, if any? There are none. We are adjourned. Thank you.
2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the Committee of the Whole for Renfrew County Housing Corporation. It is 2:25. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Approval of minutes. Recommendation that the open minutes of the November 13th, 2024 session be approved. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member of Head Claremont. And are we all in favor? Carried. I'll just remind everybody that you must have been present at the last meeting, so I think we've got 4 possibilities here. Any delegations and presentations? Seeing none. Communications, there is 1 item of communication, refunding support and accommodations for those living in encampments. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none. Could I get a mover and a seconder to accept the correspondence as information? Moved by the member from Kilula Haggerty Richards, seconded by the member from Head Claremont. All in favor? Carried. Consent reports. We have 1 item there as well. It is Renfrew County Housing Corp, the SH notification on updates to household income limits and high need income limits. Any questions or comments on that? Wow, seeing none. Could I get a mover and a seconder to accept this report as information? Moved by the member from the City of Pembroke, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. All in favor? Carried. Discussion reports. This will be handed over to the Chief Operating Officer for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Chair, I will read the recommendation for the board. The recommendation is that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board accepts the revised bylaw number 1 in its entirety and that this new bylaw replace the former bylaw number 1.
I believe there's an addition to that, and to bylaw number 1 as amended to include the definition of manager.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by a member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloo, Haggerty, and Richards. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Moved by, could I move a member from Bonachire Valley, seconded by member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Carried. Deferred reports, there are none. Verbal reports, are there any updates on information received that require verbal reports? Seeing none, we have nothing for a closed session. New or other business? Nothing? Oh, okay, that's it. Recommend that this session adjourn and the next, the warden, please.
New or other business, I'm just wondering if at some point we give some consideration to maybe adding in a box somewhere that recounts what monies are applied for. Like if we're applying for specific programs, just so we can keep a running total on those or a track of what they are, and at year end, we can lobby what for next year if they're 1-year programs. And staff can let us know if it's appropriate.
Did you want to take this, Mr. Kelly?
Sure. Thanks,
Or Mr. Burke?
Great. Warden, is it through you? Is this meant for all departments? Because many departments apply for funding throughout the year in different grant programs. So I just want to clarify.
Well, it only came to me now because I know we made an application through the those encampment dollars. Mm-hmm. So that's what made me think of it, to be honest with you.
I'm sure we can include that in the consent report, that we can suggest something, that a paragraph or so if we've applied to something.
Okay,
we can let you know. And we'll stretch that we'll stretch that now you're all here. We'll stretch that across departments if that is the case.
Okay. So recommendation is that the session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. All in favor, or moved by, can I get a mover? Member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Record at 2:30 p.m. Okay, we will carry through next to our community services. Okay, I'll call to order this Committee of the Whole for Community Services. It is 2:30 p.m. Once again, roll call, Ms. Van Starkenburg.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. And I was remiss in welcoming our member from Pembroke. We will have 2 members from Pembroke sitting in regularly, but for today we welcome Councillor Jacquinot. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Approval of minutes. Once again, you must have been present at the last meeting, at this meeting. The recommendation is that the minutes of the November 13th, 2024 session be approved. Moved, could I get a mover? Member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Headclar Mariah. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. There are no delegations and presentations. Communications. Attached is the correspondence received from outside agencies. We have 4 items there. Are there any questions on the first one or on any of them? Warden, please.
Thank you. The one on the debts, I see we're on that debtor list, and I'm just curious what that actually means to us.
And Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Warden and to the committee. So just briefly, with respect to the correspondence received in Communications A, the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services has been designated as the delivery agent for Ontario Works effective December 16th, and the County of Renfrew as a delivery partner. So as part of the province's efforts to modernize the delivery of social assistance, they have shifted the initial eligibility determination through to the province. As this committee is aware, it is provincial funds that are flown through, and this change in legislation now indicates that any overpayments incurred by Ontario Works recipients are debts owed through to the province, and the province's collection efforts, tools, and mechanisms will be available for all overpayment recovery.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like a good thing. Sorry, in terms of the corporation, yes.
Thank you, Warden. Are there any other questions or comments? Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may go back to the other committee, but I think they're interlinked. The announcement of the new funding of the $20 million to offset the encampment areas. As you're aware, a certain number of municipalities over the last 2 years have contributed from their budgets unexpectedly. I know the city of Pembroke contributed over the last 2 years $200,000 to offset homeless and shelters. The town of Petawawa, I think Laurentian Valley as well. Due to this new funding, will those communities be compensated for those funds that they had to come up with out of the blue?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Jacquinot. So just I can make a couple of comments that I hope are helpful. So our department did submit the business case for encampment response funding to make an effort to be successful in receiving some funds related to the operation of the warming centre, which, as Councillor Jacquinot has indicated, is funded by multiple municipalities in addition to homelessness prevention program funds through the County of Renfrew. So the due date for that was January 3rd. It was a very short notice ask, but we had staff through their holidays putting together the best business case and submitting it, and we will certainly, if we are aware, if we are successful, let this committee know and bring it as well to the ad hoc warming centre committee to take a look at the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on the communications items? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder to accept correspondence as information? Moved by the member from Bonnechere Valley, seconded by the member from Pembroke. All in favor? Carried. Consent reports. We have one item on there. Are there any questions on the Ontario Child Care and Early Years Funding Guidelines? Member from Whitewater, please.
Good. Thank you, Chair. I note that in the item 1, it talks about CWELC startup grants, and I noted that in the second consent item, the letter from the Assistant Deputy Minister also outlines these startup costs, or startup grants. I noticed that Renfrew's got 0, and that's part of the forecast. County of Renfrew has 0. I just want to make sure that if we can get more information about how they might be made available for the County of Renfrew in the future, so that we might be poised to take advantage of that if that is something available. If staff could speak to that at all.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Nicholson. So on page 6, I believe it is, of this item, has the chart with the County of Renfrew's allocation, and Councillor Nicholson is correct. We were allocated 0 for startup costs. This relates to the CWELC space allocation. So just briefly, the County of Renfrew was not allocated any spaces for 2025 and 2026 for licensed childcare spaces. And as a result of that, we were also not allocated any money for startup costs because we are unable to start up any new childcare centers because we don't have any spaces for those licensed centers. So Councillor Nicholson is correct. This is part of the the same issue that we have been advocating for at AMO, and we did request another delegation at Roma, which we were not successful in. But in order to grow the licensed CWELC system in Renfrew County, we do need to be allocated more spaces from the province, and then potentially, if we were allocated more spaces, we may be eligible for startup costs as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And I'll just make a comment. If you look a little further in the communication from the government, where it says next steps, the first one, A, says space recalibration, which is a hopeful word, I guess, in terms of us getting more CWELC spaces. I don't know what that means or what the future holds in terms of us getting spaces. It is disappointing that we didn't get our delegation request, but there's still ways we can keep advocating. But I do see some hope in that word recalibration in terms of Renfrew County being one of the few municipalities not to get CWELC spaces in 2025, 2026, the only municipality.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder to accept the report as information? Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? Carried. Next item is the discussion report. The Director of Community Services will speak to this report, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So I will read the first recommendation, which is the draft 2025 budget. So the recommendation is that the Community Services Committee recommends that the draft 2025 Community Services Department, Ontario Works, Community Housing and Childcare budget, and the draft 2025 Renfrew County Housing Corporation budget, as approved by the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors, be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6, 2025 special session of County Council as presented.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. Continue? Or is that it? Will there be a presentation here? Yes. Andrea.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the committee. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you as well to Ms. Poplinski at the back for bringing up the slide deck. I will keep my eye firmly on the time here, and will do my best to keep this presentation brief and to keep it fairly high level, but I can certainly share out this deck. I have 7 slides. Again, I'll make this available and happy to answer any questions if there's anything that I haven't covered that you'd like to know more about. Okay, so the presentation is just to give some high-level information with respect to the priorities and the goals in the Community Services Department, and some information prior to Mr. Burke walking you through the financials of our budget. So in terms of some of our overarching goals, certainly as a department, we're working very diligently to provide very effective, integrated, client-focused service delivery. We're looking at measures to increase the transparency of our programs. We've put some staffing changes in place in 2024 to have program support representatives available answering phone calls and one phone number for all of community services, so that we can try to be very available and accessible to the public. We have a number of complex, interconnected programs, and often individuals contacting us know they are in need of assistance, but they really don't know what program might help them. So we're trying to make sure that we can help them get to the place where we can best support them. We're working on new service pathways to fill some of the gaps in the social safety net, and I know this committee is only too aware of many of the initiatives that we've been involved in relating to MESA in terms of the warming center, the support of transitional bridge housing, and the support of motel stays, as Chief Nolan spoke about earlier. We're taking a look at what we can do to focus on some earlier interventions and prevention of some negative outcomes. Often our department is very responsive and very focused on crisis emergency situations, and we're really trying to look at opportunities within our programming and our staffing to assist people and connect with them before a situation escalates or becomes at a critical level. So that's something we're doing across all departments, and certainly doing our very best to prioritize those in the deepest needs. We have a lot of need, and it is growing in Renfrew County, and we have obviously fixed budgets and staffing resources, so doing our best to prioritize and ensure that our programs are helping those in the deepest need. We're working very hard to make sure that our programs are informed by individuals with lived and living experience, and that the programs that we're delivering are effectively supporting those who need them, and that they are culturally safe and inclusive programs. So this slide is just a little bit of an overview of some of the children's services challenges and opportunities. Again, I won't go through them in detail, but we have 31 licensed childcare centers across Renfrew County, 2 licensed home childcare agencies, of which the County of Renfrew is one of them, and 8 early on in childcare and family centers that we support with our staffing and our services. We deliver inclusion support services to ensure that individuals in licensed childcare can, with varying levels of ability, are able to participate in those programs. We spoke briefly about the CWELC system. So this is a large change for the Children's Services Department. It's a 5-year provincial federal agreement from 2022 to 2026 to transform licensed childcare for children ages 0 to 5 to get to the $10 a day system. It's being rolled out over a series of years with incremental adjustments. We're at about $22 a day on average. The last adjustment or reduction to come to about the $10 to $12 a day will happen by the end of the agreement, which is March 31st, 2026. We spoke about the lack of spaces, so that's some ongoing advocacy and certainly a challenge for all of us in terms of the work that we're trying to do to promote more access to safe and affordable childcare. We also deliver a fee subsidy program, so for children or for families that are low income and are unable to cover any fees or full fees, there's programs available. And I just noted there that the Ministry of Education is responsible for the licensing, so we don't do that part. Once a center is licensed, then we will support them with programming and flow through funding. So certainly in terms of, some of the goals we've talked about, trying to increase capacity and equity within the system for licensed childcare. We've talked a little bit about already some of the prevention initiatives that we are working on. You will see as Mr. Burke walks through the financials that one of our enhancements is to add an outreach worker with a children's services background into our service provision. The recent report that came out about homelessness that was done in collaboration with AMO, OMSA, and NOSDA did indicate that 25% of people experiencing homelessness in Renfrew County are children and youth. And these are some of the things that we're seeing locally as well. And we need to make sure that our staff who have the expertise can connect them with those programs and supports, that they will have better outcomes than what some are experiencing right now, and some of the supportive motel stays and other things that we're doing to support people that are experiencing homelessness. Just a little bit of a note about the ECE workforce. There is a workforce shortage. That's something that we're doing everything we can as well to advocate and to support our local college and other educational institutions to try to promote early childhood education as a post-secondary avenue to pursue. That's of course part as well of growing the system, is needing to have the qualified staff to work in those centers. So moving over to our community supports division, this is, they work with the delivery of Ontario Works and other low-income programs for individuals in need. I spoke a little bit earlier about the transformation that the province is going through. It's been started in 2019. It's called the Social Assistance Renewal Initiative, and the province has indicated that this will be completed by the end of 2025. So this has involved the change in the centralized intake. So most types of applications now are going through the province, and then when the file is active, it comes to our staff to focus their work on supporting individuals in getting the services and supports that they need in order to move back towards financial independence. We're working with this ministry, the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, on some of the local barriers. They want to have an approach where they hear from service managers about some of the individual challenges that are being experienced locally, as opposed to a one-size-fits-all across the province. So certainly our lack of public transportation is a huge barrier for many individuals that we're working with, and something that we advocate for regularly. Talked a little bit here about integrating the new service pathways for individuals experiencing homelessness. Again, this committee is well aware of the intense amount of work that is happening with MESA, and this has been a large impact to the Community Supports Division. The numbers of individuals experiencing homelessness are higher than they have ever been, and we're working to support them in moving from temporary support stays in local motels to helping them get the treatment and services they need to get to long-term housing. We, in the Community Supports Division, there were no new staff added to the MESA. We had other partnering agencies, but again, you'll see as Mr. Burke walks through the finances, we're seeking an opportunity to bring in 3 outreach workers to work in a dedicated basis with individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. This is something that has traditionally been done off the side of people's desks, and with the growth of this area and the volume and the pressures, that is no longer sustainable. So we do have an opportunity through some changes with the budget with MCCSS to have some opportunity for some cost-shared positions. And just a final note, advocacy going on around the population living below the poverty line. Social assistance rates for Ontario Works have not increased since 2018, and a single individual receives only $733 a month. So that's something that we see impacting lots of different sectors, including our own, that there just isn't enough financial resources coming through social assistance to pay rents, to buy groceries, and doing other things. So that's something that we're working to try to find unique ways to support individuals that are living well below the poverty line. And finally, then just moving over to community housing division. So we own and operate 1,029 units across Renfrew County. There's also 5 other nonprofit housing providers that provide rent geared to income housing. All individuals that are placed in our locally owned units or in any of the 5 nonprofits are housed via a centralized wait list that community housing staff manage. So they provide a lot of tenant supports as well as calculating the rents in accordance with the Housing Services Act. And we also have around 60 or 70 agreements with private market landlords to provide RGI in the private market. So this is another way that we can work towards our target for number of rent geared to income units in Renfrew County by partnering with private landlords. And also you'll see one of the enhancements that we are requesting is some funding to increase that number of private market RGI, as it's a beneficial way to increase our target without having to own and operate those units. And similarly, community housing is working towards modernizing service delivery. We had a 10-year housing and homelessness plan that was completed in September of 2024, and we're working to implement a number of the recommendations that came out of that report. A lot of work is going on around early intervention and eviction diversion practices. We want to do our best to keep tenants housed in our buildings and make sure that they're not evicted and becoming homeless as well. So we have put in a number of initiatives related to that. Some of the work is done in partnership with Chief Nolan's team, so we have some health clinics and some door knocks with community paramedicine workers who can help identify some of the health challenges that may be leading to unstable housing and starting to provide a more safe and stable lane for them to maintain that housing. Certainly, we work very collaboratively with Mr. Davis's team in development and property. We are working to increase the supply of affordable housing, taking every opportunity to find innovative ways to do that. We've recently took a single-family home on Cecil Street and turned that into a duplex, and we have underway one of our properties in Renfrew on Francis Street, taking a single home and turning it into a triplex. So that's something that we work on collaboratively together. And our big focus for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation is, of course, the RCHC renewal plan, where we will be working on 8 3-year-long projects to divest ourselves of some of the poorest condition structures and to rebuild them. And beyond that, just wanting to leverage as much as we can around technology to modernize our service delivery with maintenance tickets, reporting, wellness concerns, and so we're looking at some new technologies that may be beneficial both to staff within RCHC on the community housing side and the community services side, as well as those that report through to the development and property team. So, Chair, I will stop there unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions? Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you for that very thorough report communication. One of the comments you made that the early childhood education workforce, there's a shortage in that particular venue. And with the tentative closing of the Perth College, is there any opportunity for you to correspond with the province to see if that program could be enlarged or increased at the local college campus here? Because we know all of those programs provide not only educational ability for young people, but also brings a lot of money into the economy of the whole county. Is there any opportunity for that? And I don't know if Perth had that program or not, but it's a question.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Giacono. Certainly, it's a really good point, and myself or the Children's Services Manager would be very pleased to talk to Mr. Bramberger about any opportunities to look at that. So, thank you for that.
Are there any other questions? No, thank you. Ms. Patrick, we'll leave the floor open to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, committee. Tina, could you bring up my screen? Is that working? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, so beginning where we left off with our Community Services Committee budget, there are 4 departments inside Community Services from the financial perspective. One of them, you will note, is a little bit different from the others and new this year. So those of you on the Community Service Committee who have never seen the Provincial Offences Department, you're in for a treat. It's a fun spot. Beginning with Ontario Works, the Benefit Payments Department. So Ontario Works disperses almost $1 million a month across the County of Renfrew to low-income households. And it is one of those few programs that is 100% paid for by the province. If you come in and you meet the criteria, you will get the money and the province will give us the money back. The only portion of that that is not paid for by the province are those funerals for non-Ontario Works clients, essentially abandoned bodies. And that is, of course, cost shared with the City of Pembroke. And the cost share for Ontario Works is 80% based on caseload, currently around 30% City of Pembroke, and 20% based on weighted assessment, which is closer to 10% City of Pembroke. Then in terms of the Ontario Works actual administration, so we have an admin department. In prior years, this also held the director's salary, but we're making some efforts to collapse the numerous Ontario Works admin departments into just a couple. So there's not a whole lot left inside Ontario Works admin. There are our internal charges and a couple other items, but you'll see the enhancement is again central scheduling coming through where it's cost shared. So that's Ontario Works currently doesn't have a scheduling system. It's manual time off slips that people are signing. So this would be to bring that same program into Ontario Works. Then in terms of the Pembroke site, you'll see the salaries are way up. That's the staff transferred from the admin department into the Pembroke site. So we have 12 full-time staff in the Pembroke site, which is a director, manager, supervisor, 2 program support representatives, 7 Ontario Works agents, 1 MESA coordinator, and then we have some summer students. And as Andrea had mentioned, the enhancement is for 3 new outreach workers to support the Ontario Works caseload. So the absolute cost is $339,000. In Ontario Works, that's 50% funded and then cost shared with the City of Pembroke as well. So then we have our Renfrew office operating out of the RCP building. So it has 9 full-time staff, so a supervisor, 1 program support representative, 7 agents. And just to note that there's no longer a separate Armprior site as a financial department. There is, I believe, an Armprior staff who work sometimes out of Armprior, but as a financial department, it's no longer there on your treasurer's report or budget. And the enhancement is a new position for a program analyst to support the Ontario Works caseload. So this is $122,000 in absolute cost. Again, in a few more slides, I'll show you where it's cost shared and then funded. Then we have a couple other programs running. So the rent for our Killaloe office site, a couple minor programs, but the largest of them is what we'd call employment program expenses. So this is disbursements to clients to help them find employment of about $400,000. And then if we look at our admin funding for Ontario Works, so again, the City of Pembroke cost share, but also the provincial funding is 50%, up to a maximum of $2,673,000. And that's a substantial increase over the prior years. For a number of years, we have lived under a declining funding arrangement from the province for Ontario Works Administration, and we've been trying to reduce services where we can and fit into that declining funding envelope. This year, it has increased for the first time in, I believe, 4 or 5 years. And the problem is, of course, that you have to put in your 50% to match it. So all of our enhancements would involve increasing our provincial funding by $238,000. If you do the math by looking at our baseline budget plus our enhancements, we still haven't maxed out the new funding envelope. We're about $70,000 short, which means we'd have to put in our $140,000 more of spending to maximize that funding envelope. In speaking with the Ontario Works Department, this budget proposes adding 4 new staff. That's probably about the best we can do with what we've got and our needs currently. So we're proposing via this budget to return about $70,000. Again, because we'd have to spend our 50% to keep it. And of course, then we have, similar to all the other MESA program costs, this is our MESA coordinator is budgeted inside the Pembroke department. This would be our net share of those MESA costs, $49,000 to come from our MESA reserves. And maybe, Madam Chair, I'd stop there. That's it for Ontario Works before I move into childcare. Maybe if there's any questions.
Are there any questions? No, you're doing a great job. Continue on, please.
Thank you. Okay, moving into childcare. Just to point out, you'll notice there's kind of a beige color on your budget. Childcare funding is, if anything, possibly worse than long-term care funding in its complexity. So what I'm trying to do is track the different buckets and where they are transferring money to different cost centers. So if you were to add up all the beige columns, you'd find they total 0. Those are just internal transfers between departments based on the numerous administration buckets inside childcare. So the first department in childcare is the administration expenses. It has 5 full-time staff, so a manager, 3 eligibility coordinators, and a summer student. It has its internal charges, and its revenue is transferred in from the admin core funding, the wage enhancement admin funding, the special purpose ELCC admin allocation, the early on admin allocation, and the CWELC admin allocation. So 5 different envelopes feeding one administration expense category. The enhancements in this case are to convert one eligibility coordinator into a child care outreach worker, and the net cost is $19,000. So they would be a different staffing position on the grid, but the same absolute number of hours. And of course, we have central scheduling in childcare as well. In terms of the core childcare program, you'll notice that its revenue is substantially down. So with the increasing prevalence of the CWELC program in childcare, the old or legacy childcare funding operations are substantially lower than they used to be. So where this was $8 or $9 million, it's now about $4 million. And most of the core program is the legacy fee subsidy for families. There are a few other items as well as transfers. So transfers to licensed homes, special needs, the admin program, and then of course the fee subsidy program. And then the minimum municipal cost share, which is a component unique to childcare funding, minimum municipal share, $227,000. The County of Renfrew also operates its own licensed family home agency. So this would be a child care center that's not in one central location, but rather dispersed through a number of homes with where we would collect the money directly from those parents and do the monitoring, but the actual provision is by individual providers inside their own home.
So we operate this partially from parent fee revenue and partially from an allocation off the core program. Child care special needs. So this is an allocation of the core program specific to providing extra support for special needs in the child care programs. It has 7 full-time staff, so 2 admin assistants, 5 inclusion coordinators. Excuse me. Then we have our early on and Indigenous child care programs, so 2 full-time staff, provincial funding for the entire allocation, plus a little bit of admin that gets transferred into the child care admin department. And now the lion's share of the child care department is now this CWELC funding, which, as you can see, is growing substantially from the year before, up from about 9 million to about 19 million. So substantially growing. It has 1 full-time staff, and the unspent admin portion is, again, reverted back to that central admin department inside childcare. And we have a couple other miscellaneous programs, so capacity building, a few other leftover items, as well as our City of Pembroke share, which is based on weighted assessment in childcare, so that's about 10% funded by the City of Pembroke. And our suggested reduction in this case is to use their old childcare mitigation reserve to cover our municipal share to the extent that we can. So we do have a requirement for minimum municipal share, but to the extent that we're over and above that requirement, we are going to use our old childcare mitigation reserve to try and cover off that, to the tune of about $500,000 drawing from that reserve. So I believe its current balance is about 1.7 million. This would substantially draw down about 1/3 of it this year. So just as a reminder, as what is the childcare funding? It's about $25 million across the county of Renfrew. So a substantial portion of provincial funding coming in. And with that, Madam Chair, that is childcare in a nutshell.
Are there any questions for Mr. Burke? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just a question related to CWELC, and we're no longer supporting non-CWELC centers with other types of funding. And that unspent money, is it returned? Do we retain it in reserve? Or is it because we don't spend it, we don't get it reimbursed?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, that is returned. The child care mitigation reserve was a specific amount of money given to the county one time. I believe it was 2017 or 2019. The province underwent a substantial change to childcare, where they were funding more than they are now anyways. And when they made the change, they also dropped one-time funding on us. And that was what created the child care mitigation reserve. And we've held it since then.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Whoa. We're not going to just, do we not do one recommendation at a time?
I've got some more slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continue, please.
I'm doing it for you, Jennifer.
Not too many more slides, I assure you. That may also be a lie. So community housing. So as Andrea mentioned, there's an important distinction between community housing and RCHC. So community housing is the department for the service manager under the Housing Act, which is the County of Renfrew. Under that act, we provide 1,275 households under the income limit with supportive housing. We do that through 6 housing providers, the largest of which is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, which is a separate corporation wholly owned by the County of Renfrew. But on top of that, we have the Petawawa Housing Corporation, St. Joseph's, Kinsman Court, Killaloe, GT Seniors, and about 60 of what we would call privately placed rent sup units, where we are supporting private landlords, making up the difference between what the tenant can afford and what the private landlord will charge. So funding to the service manager section is a number of items. So we get provincial COCHI and OPI funding, which are two funding envelopes we frequently refer to, but they are essentially both for building repair funds to help repair aging infrastructure. One is about 1.1 million, the other is about $500,000. We get HPP funding, which is not for building repairs, it's for operating costs related to homelessness prevention. And then we get the federal provincial public housing funding. So this is old funding that came with the download of housing to the municipal sector. So it's an amount printed in legislation. And I just want to point out the sharp decline in that funding as it's legislated is that for the 2025 year, we get $550,000. By 2029, we'll have nothing. That's the end of that old legislated funding. We have some minor amounts for COB, which is a rent supplement type program. We have CMHC funding, which was another building repair type funding. In this case, it's 30% funding up to, we estimate we can use about $350,000 this year. We have some internal charges. Costs are shared for housing with the City of Pembroke based on weighted assessment. And then just to point out again, we have those MESA reserves where the MESA program is involved. So what is the MESA program? So I've summarized it here as a number of expenses or activities we're doing, as well as the offsetting funding. So MESA, you'll find it appearing in the planning department for a housing readiness assessment, which is a carry forward from last year, $100,000. In paramedic service, it's the crisis worker purchase service as well as direct staffing costs, so almost $1 million there. In the Ontario Works Pembroke department, it's the MESA coordinator. And in the housing and RCHC departments, it is the warming center, the transitional housing, as well as a housing coordinator staff member. In terms of funding, so we have the revenue coming in from the land ambulance grant. We have our SUAP grant flow-through money. We have our HPP provincial funding, and we have the Ontario Works 50% funding flowing in, which leaves a gap of about $400,000. And that's where we talk about using those buckets of reserves. So our Safe Restart Reserve, which was a COVID-related fund, our Community Paramedic Reserve, and then our Cannabis Reserve, which was provincial money when they legalized consumption of cannabis. Those are the three reserves, same as last year, that we envisioned using for running the MESA program until such time as it gets provincial funding or something else occurs. So if we move into then the RCHC, so these housing units that we directly provide through our wholly owned subsidiary, we have external revenue coming into RCHC from tenants, laundry, parking. There's a bit of a provincial transfer for debentures, but the province also holds the debentures, so it's really a nothing. So about $5 million in external revenue coming in from RCHC. Then we have about $6 million transferred from the county to help support that RCHC low-income housing. And then we have a number of program revenue and expenses inside RCHC. So these are funds that were given to the county as the service manager, and they are transferred into RCHC to be expended. So OPI and COCHI, HPP, CMHC, and this is where Andrea mentioned the enhancement to add more rent supplement units. So we estimate we could add another 10 externally placed tenants to private landlords, and the cost is about $90,000 a year for those. In terms of general expenses, so these are the admin expenses. We have 3 full-time non-union staff, so we have a manager, a supervisor, a coordinator, some are students, and then the RCHC is unionized CUPE union. We have about 20,000 hours for RCHC caseworkers. On the building side, We have 5 full-time non-union staff, so we have a supervisor, a coordinator, 2 building infrastructure coordinators, and an admin assistant. We have summer student hours. We have 33,000 hours of QP maintenance staff. And just the lion's share of expenses inside there, you'll see are building related, so repairs and maintenance, property, garbage removal, insurance, where we are paying for the heat and power for our apartment blocks. Typically, tenants would pay for their own and those single-family houses, but in the apartment blocks, we pay for that. Snow removal, taxes, water, and then these repairs under threshold. So a number of expected projects that in and of themselves probably won't meet that capital threshold just because they're not individually above $25,000. The enhancement inside Renfrew County Housing Corp is to move the level of admin support from AA1 to AA2. So that is to increase the level of support provided to those staff who are doing tenders and things of that nature from level 1 to level 2. Again, the director could speak to that, but there is a struggle there to get tenders out and stay on top of the level of work needed to maintain that portfolio. And again, so our capital work, you'll see there's a number of items, but I'll just draw attention to the big one, the $3.7 million, which is the RCHC renewal project that we spoke about in November. What that project is as we came out of our building condition assessment, we received the news that we all knew that there was problems with the RCHP portfolio. There were buildings originally downloaded from the province. They are getting older, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep them in the condition we would like them to be in. So we looked at a number of items, and we've sort of settled on a path that involves divesting of our poorest condition buildings and rebuilding them. So we would build row housing to replace those buildings. These are our 8 poorest condition units, and we're starting the project with number 1, which is the Nelson Street row housing in Pembroke. So what we would do is we would replace those 24 units with new housing. We would transfer the tenants, and then we would divest of the existing apartments as is, where is, to any willing buyer. And we would debenture the difference over 20 years. It adds a net cost of $265,000 in mortgage payment cost to RCHC. And we think it would take till 2027 to complete. And that would be project number 1 of 8 to help the improvement. That is RCHC. I can stop for some questions there, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions? Councillor from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could you tell me how that Nelson Street works again, please? Thank you, Chair. Daniel, could you explain me how we're working at Nelson Street? We're moving them out, then we're selling the property, then we're going to rebuild?
In exactly the opposite of that order.
Okay.
We're going to green space the apartment. In this case, it's 24 units, 25,000 square feet. We would build green space. Our preferred method is row housing. We went through a number of options: apartment towers, single houses, that type of stuff. But we would green space build row housing. We would transfer the tenants. We would then sell it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Warden, please.
Thank you. So the slide I saw, that's the slide I was looking at. Oh, no, sorry, back to the one that was, so the bottom bullet and the third last bullet, it says it'll add $265,000 in annual costs, but it's going to remove $2 million in capital costs. So in essence, we're going to come out like 1.7 ahead. So are we allowed to then take that 1.7 and invest it in new builds? So this is sort of like, this is like a reverse Ponzi?
Who would like to answer that one?
I'll take the first crack at it. So the project is essentially that, not that, but the idea is that the repair of these units is more expensive than the cost to build new, and that's what drives that calculus. Is that these units are in such a condition that it's not worth the effort of repairing them. So we would be further off in our 10-year capital plan to build them new and just pay the mortgage on them, then try and go through the list of stuff that would have to happen to bring them up to the standard that we have, which is the targeted FCI inside your 10-year capital plan. There's functionally no path to get there inside your 10-year capital plan because of the age of the buildings.
Any other questions? Seeing none, you have more?
I do, Madam Chair.
Continue, please.
So, community services won't be familiar with Provincial Offences Administration, but as it is cost shared with the City of Pembroke, we have taken the opportunity to put it here. So, the County of Renfrew operates the Provincial Offences Court for all of Renfrew County, including the City of Pembroke. That is 5 full-time staff, 2 part-time staff, so the manager and 4 court clerks are full-time. We have a part-time prosecutor and another part-time court clerk. The county is allowed to keep most of the revenue it collects from fines, with the exception of certain costs and victim surcharge fees. They are retained here. It is cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on population, and because it is cost shared, it now has the central scheduling enhancement in it, as well as the HR, IT, and finance charges. And new to 2025, we've included a revenue neutral estimate for automated speed enforcement cameras. We're not sure how that will pan out, and we don't expect them to be in place before June anyways. So we've just marked that down as sort of a revenue neutral. But just to note on the overall line, again, fine revenue continues to decline. I'm budgeting based on a rolling average, which is significantly less than it has been, and the department as a whole continues to not generate as much revenue as it has in the past. And with that, Madam Chair, I am done.
Any questions? Member from Orange Prior, please.
With the mic. Thank you, Chair. I think it was 2 years ago, there was a write-off for a bunch of tickets, $85,000 or $90,000 worth of tickets. Is that sort of budgeted into our ticket collecting? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, Provincial Offences Court is one of the few areas where we don't actually use accrual accounting. Because tickets, when you are given a ticket, there is a number of ways that you can get out of paying it, one being to come to court and fight it or whatnot. We actually only record revenue as we get the cash in hand. So what you're referring to was a provincial edict involving the write-off of a number of cases that couldn't be heard because of the delays, because we didn't have enough justice of the peace. But in terms of financial statement pressures, there was never a write-off. We never collected the money to begin with. So we do have a substantial outstanding balance of tickets or fines, but they are not recognized through your financial statements until the cash is in hand.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, now I will call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Ms. Patrick, continue on, please. Recommendation 2.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So I'll read the recommendation that the Community Services Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a service agreement between the County of Renfrew Community Services Department and Mackay Manor Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for services in relation to the operations of a warming centre at 156 John Street, Pembroke, Ontario.
Could I get a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor, please? Moved by the member from Head Clark-Mariah, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. Are there any, did you want to follow up on this or any questions on this? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Could I get a mover and a seconder for the discussion reports to be received as information? Moved by the member from Bonnechere Valley, second by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. All in favor? Carried. Deferred reports, there are none. Verbal reports. None. Closed session, there's nothing for a closed session. New or other business? Seeing none. Just one thing that had been mentioned is I'd like to thank the staff for working on that funding support and accommodation grant that they, they worked over the holidays with a deadline of January 3rd. Thank you for that. Recommend that this session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, February 12th. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Pembroke, seconded by the member from the Township of Madawaska. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. We'll take a 10-minute break and set out for the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. And now we're going into our corporate services here on January 15th, 2025. It is 3:35 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. Has roll call been done?
Yes, Chair, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you so much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Again, I'll remind only those that were on the previous Finance and Admin Committee can move and second these minutes, but I will ask that the open minutes of the November 14th, 2024 session be approved. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from North Elgin-Wilberforce, seconded by the warden. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? And now I will ask, I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the November 14th, 2024 session be approved. Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Again, were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, committee. We have no delegations or presentations this afternoon. Mr. Kelly, excellent. Communications attaches the correspondence received by outside agencies. Are there any questions from council members on the 3 items of correspondence? Seeing none, I will ask for a mover and seconder to accept the correspondence as information. Moved by the member from North Elgin-Wilberforce, second by the member from Madawaska Valley. All in favor? Wonderful. Consent reports. I will ask, are there any questions on the attached consent reports? There are 2. I see none. May I have a mover and seconder to accept the reports as information, please? Moved by the member from Horton, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? Wonderful. And now we will move on to our discussion reports, and I'll ask Mr. Burke if he's finished his second lunch. Early supper, we're not sure. Could you come and present your treasurer's report, please? Do you want me to read the recommendation first, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be wonderful.
Excellent. That the corporate services... We're a fun group. That the Corporate Services Committee recommends to County Council that the County of Renfrew execute all agreements and documents necessary to have an RBC bank account for the RBC Reloadable Payment Card Program, and that 2 of the following 4 names have signing authority: Peter Emo, Craig Kelly, Daniel Burke, and Gwen Dombrowski. Did you want to speak to this?
Happy to, Madam Chair. So Ontario Works is moving away from issuing checks. This is an initiative of the province, and they are moving to these reloadable debit cards. The only provincial approved vendor of this is RBC, so by necessity we now have to have an RBC bank account, but that's functionally all it's going to be used for, is to run this reloadable payment card program.
It seems like a very good program. Excellent. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then I'll open it up. Moved by North Elgin-Wilberforce, seconded by Laurentian Valley. Comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So are you guys going to do the budget together? Do you want?
No, Chair, Mr. Burke will handle the budget like he's done before. What I'll do is I don't have a PowerPoint like my colleagues, because for the most part, yeah, well, I figured that wasn't going to happen. For the most part, corporate services strategically is setting the course in a status quo type thing. We do obviously have a current vacancy. The Director of Corporate Services has not been in place for the last year. It's working so far so well, but we need to, and you'll hear about it when I talk about my goals and objectives, to reassess the department and make sure it's functioning properly as we move forward. And that's one of the things in 2025. There are a number of slides included in today's presentation on the budget that talk about enhancements and how IT is looking at different ways to enhance the overall functionality of the corporation by some new software, and I think that fuels its way through many departments, including IT. And for the first time in several months, the finance department is fully functioning with all its staff, as is HR. They've always been fully functional, but in terms of staff complement. So I think for 2025, it's eyes on the prize and just keeping things moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. All right, Daniel, take it away. Look alive, sir. Look alive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last component of today's budget presentation is corporate services. So of course that's county council, admin, IT, HR, and a couple of smaller departments, as well as our primary financial reserve contribution departments. And then we have some revenue departments. So beginning with county council, of course, we have 16 councillors, 1 warden. We are still on year 3 of our phased-in salary increases for county councillors. So that was a recommendation in 2023 to increase the county council staff by about $6,000, and county council opted to phase that in over the term of council. So this is year 3 of that phase-in. And then we have, in county council, we have some cost recovery where it's eligible. The only department that is Ontario Works, so we have 1 internal charge. And you'll notice in the detail, of course, we have council and staff appreciation event, so no longer have the warden's banquet and a staffing appreciation event. We just have the council and staff appreciation event, which was held last November at Festival Hall, and something similar planned for this year. In terms of general administration department, so this is the department that houses the CAO, the clerk, the director of corporate services, the treasurer, and all of the finance staff. So that's 14 staff members. All of its funding is internal charges to those departments that have external funding or cost shares. Moving along then, human resources department. So human resources department is 7 staff, 7 full-time staff, and 1 summer student or co-op. They have a bit of provincial funding for their HRIS system, which was a 3-year funding agreement to bring in a HRIS system under the modernization funding. They have a transfer from the strategic priorities reserve for the balance of their HRIS system. So it was, when it was originally purchased, it was 65% funded by the province, 35% funded from our provision for unallocated funds. Your provision from allocated funds I have renamed into the Strategic Priorities Reserve. More to follow later on that. You have a $95,000 in external recoveries from other departments, and then you have a cost share internal charges. In terms of enhancements in the Human Resources Department, so other than the big one, the central scheduling, you have 1 enhancement to specialize one of your HRC employees into an employee and labor relations specialist. So this would be your first line of defense at WSIB hearings, as well as union grievances, to try and offset some legal costs. What would historically be done by an external lawyer is to have now an internal employee who could handle some of that. And the other one is to specialize another of your HRCs into a employee health and safety wellness coordinator. So that's really to take our health and safety requirements in hand and ensure that those are running as required under legislation. The central scheduling, so you've heard about this all day. Here it is. It's in HR because 6 months ago, for those of you on F&A committee, you will note that we requested some funding, about $25,000 or $30,000 from our provision for unallocated, to study this problem. The County of Renfrew has 6 different scheduling systems or processes running. All of them different. All of them run by different staff. This proposal is to amalgamate them into one central software. And the premise of the software is that it should be able to perform call-outs and have some type of employee self-service. Functionally, it has to have an app that employees no longer have to do manual leave slips. They can do something in the app, and where there is a shift fill requirement, it will automate that shift fill. So currently we have call-outs, but you'll see in most other healthcare industries, it's an automated process, either text message or app, to help fill those shifts. So those are kind of the requirements. And if we're moving in that direction, we might as well all do the same thing and have one set of staff who know how to use it and one singular program. Adding to the inducement is that a few months ago, there was an announcement that our current payroll program, which is our accounting program as well, is going to reach end of life in 2028 payroll year. So we have to have a new payroll system in place, and probably the first step to that is that we have to have one scheduling system that could feed it. So again, another inducement. We have spent the last 6 months having a central steering committee. Myself, the CAO, and members from every department have met and studied the problem. We've done a couple of site visits and determined that in most areas similar to us, either other municipalities such as Thunder Bay, Leeds, Grenville, we've visited a few, as well as similar things like hospitals, the scheduling department sits inside human resources as a function of human resources. So here it is 5 staffs, 1 supervisor, 4 scheduling clerks. Software runs at about $50,000 a year. There's a bit of one-time cost there. Where possible, it would be cost shared with those departments that do have some funding or City of Pembroke cost share. And the net cost, you'll notice, is about $48,000. But what it does do is it frees up a lot of staff time. So where this currently sits on each AA's desk, and every 2 weeks they have to run around, try and gather up who was here, who wasn't, all that type of thing, this is building capacity. So while it does have a minor expense, it will free up a number of staff hours for capacity. Again, net cost $48,000. So that's what that is. You've heard about it all day. It's laced through the entire budget in various parts. Moving on into IT then. So the IT department has 7 full-time staff, a couple computer-related purchases, 1 server at $25,000 and 1 SAN at $100,000. It likewise has a number of cost shares with other departments. Its reduction is the removal of a purchase service for a business analyst. So this was a component of the IT strategic review 2 years ago, was that we hire a IT business analyst. We have been unsuccessful in actually finding such a person when we attempted it. So last year we had just a purchase service for consulting. And the thinking here is that as long as we have our strategic reserve, our provision for unallocated, we could lean on that rather than have this dedicated line item here. The enhancement is for some network monitoring software. So what you'll hear about in other organizations is the Security Operations Center, some type of 24-hour operation that's monitoring your network in real time, ready to prevent threats as they occur. This is the software purchased as a service method of that. So it costs about $80,000 a year. At some point, we probably will have to move there given the level of network attacks we're seeing, whether this is the year or not, but it's on your budget for consideration. A couple other minor departments. So we have our agriculture and reforestation. This is where the county owns lands inside of another lower tier municipality. And for that, we pay almost what you would consider a PIL, a senior level of government paying a lower level of government. The rate is $100 per acre as what is assessed, and we apply the residential rate. We have a similar component running where the lower tier municipality uses M&R to provide fire protection to those properties, and then we have a rate at which we reimburse the lower tier municipality. We also have our MPAC billing for the county as a whole. So you'll note in your lower tiers, you don't pay for MPAC's services. We, at the county, pay for the county-wide services here at $1.6 million a year. And then we have financial expenses. So this is where we have our write-offs budgeted. And as I mentioned, so your provision for unallocated funds, what was historically $300,000 of somewhat of a corporate miscellaneous account, what we're suggesting is to turn it into a reserve, so a strategic priorities reserve. One of the problems we ran into is that we were repeatedly budgeting that $300,000. Whether we used it or not, we always budgeted it, and we had the argument about budgeting for money you don't know what you're going to spend it on. So in this version, we would contribute the $300,000, and to the extent we use it or don't use it, we would simply top up the reserve to try and maintain $300,000. It also assists us in more and more our projects are multi-year projects. So what is, we draw the money out of the provision for unallocated, but it's a 2-year project. So the next year we look at this again and we have a provision for an allocated component that's technically allocated somewhere, and it's a little bit of an awkward concept. So as a reserve, it kind of goes around those two problems. We have some debenture payments coming up, so our Claybank Bridge, our Madawaska River Bridge, and then the Foymount debenture is going to start in 2025 with its payments. And then we have our reserve transfer. So our gas tax reserve, so that's federal money that comes in, it gets transferred to the gas tax reserve, transferred out of the gas tax reserve into Public Works, which you'll see in 2 weeks, and then spent. We have our SDIP savings. We have our TCA renewal reserve, so that's the bulk of our capital reserve contributions. And our growth reserve, as I mentioned at the start of the day, this would be the weighted CVA assessment from new builds in the 2024 year. And this would be contributed to the growth reserve to go in tandem with the infrastructure renewal or infrastructure expansion policy in Public Works, whereby the lower tier could request expansions to the existing county infrastructure. Otherwise, our asset management plan is based on a like-for-like replacement. Sorry, that slide's just the reverse of what I just said. We're just repeating it. Again, so our capital reserve contributions, that November meeting we came out of where we looked at our service levels and our current contributions, and the suggestion is that our capital reserves increase by $3 million a year every year for the next 10 years, the life of the plan. So that's been included in your budget. The problem is it's 5% of the levy all on its own, that $3 million. So of course, to meet the council target, what I've had to do is level 2 reductions is to completely unfund the growth reserve. So while council directed that we create this, we can't afford it inside 3.25%. I've had to remove the portion of the strategic reserve that's not already spoken for. So that would leave, should something arise mid-year that you want to investigate or that requires a cost share, that's what we've historically used that money for, we wouldn't have it. And then I've had to reduce half of the increased capital reserve contribution as the long-term financial plan requires, just to meet that 3.25% levy target. So what this does is, to put it in the simplest of ways, our 10-year capital plan envisions spending an average of $43 million a year on capital. So it's you know, some years are higher, some years are lower, but the 10-year plan average $43 million a year on capital. Our problem is that unless we raise our capital contributions to the reserve, we are continuously spending more on capital than we contribute to capital. Now, of course, that's, you know, there's a number of things you can do to make that work in the short term. There's debt, there's, you know, our existing reserves we can run down until they're all exhausted, but it's not something that can go on forever. You eventually will have to contribute enough money to your capital plan as what you plan on spending. And without that $3 million increase per year, say we carry on what we're doing this year, the $1.5 million increase in capital contributions each and every year for the next 10 years, we never put away as much money as we're spending. We never reach the spending, which means that we would either have to decrease the spending plan. And you ask, well, how long can we go on in the current state? You know, I think we've thrown this number out a few times. 26, 27 is probably the point at which our capital reserves would be exhausted under the current plan. So again, not saying that we would bankrupt ourselves or anything like that. We'd simply have to reduce our capital plan to fit the funding, which is not the level of service we spoke about in November. It's substantially less. Moving along into revenue, then of course we have our corporate revenue accounts, so our tax revenue, our PIL adjustments, so that's similar to the City of Ottawa, which you hear about in the news quite frequently. Upper levels of government may not pay what they are assessed on their properties. They may choose to pay a different amount. There's not a lot you can do, so we always have this annual adjustment where they choose to pay a different amount. We have our revenue from the hydro dams, which is a version of a PIL, And then we have that supplementary revenue, which is in-year changes to property taxes. We have our interest and then our gas tax funding. And so just to point out our weighted CVA growth across the county, so that is the new builds, peaked last year at 3%, and now we're back much closer to that historical average, 1.5, 1.4 actually. So sort of back to what we've seen in the past. Madam Chair, that is it for F&A.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so I'm going to get the recommendation on the floor. The Corporate Services Committee recommends that the draft 2025 department budget be forwarded to the budget workshop at the February 6th, 2025 special meeting of County Council as presented. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Head Clara Moriah. Discussion. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just,
I know.
If I could come back to the slide that he talked about, the reduced capital reserve transfer by 1.5 million. That essentially represents about a 3% increase to the 3 point. I just want to make sure that I'm about.
You're
right.
pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah. Give or take.
Good. And if I can ask a second question, Chair?
You can, sir.
The project that HR is proposing, the
centralized scheduling.
Scheduling.
Yes.
It was mentioned a report that had been done last year. Is that in F&A minutes? A consultant had done a report or a review.
It was internal. Yeah.
Oh, it was internal.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, it was a memo that we got direction to move forward with an RFP. So there will be, the RFPs are being assessed as we speak and hearing presentations. So there'll be more to it as Mr. Burke and Mr. Belmore hear the presentations assess the RFPs those people are presenting, and that will be brought forward. But the direction and the background to getting to that point has been presented to the FNA, and it would be in the minutes.
And during the corporate services interviews, every single candidate brought it up. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions. I'm just trying to find where they are. I have all of my committee reports open, and I'm looking at the treasurer's or the budget on all three of them, so I'm somewhat at a loss. And I wanted to come back to it. The first question was a very technical question, but unfortunately, since I've lost my place, it was predicated on the actual November 30th treasurer's report. Just bear with me 1 second as I'm trying to get it. Oh yeah, okay, here it is. This is the general revenue fund, and it's on the total expenses. This is on page 200 oh, sorry, that's health. Don't know what it's on F&A. On health, it's on, in any event, for Mr. Burke, it is the total expenses on the November 30th treasurer's report. Ultimately, what I'm kind of curious about on this one is, this is to encapsulate the total expenses. So the year-to-date budget that is shown for our total expenses is cited at $69,648,000. The full year budget is cited at $64 million. I'm wondering how the year-to-date could be $5.6 million higher than the full year.
So through you, Madam Chair, you'll note that the Treasurer's report is similar to the budget expressed in net terms. So in the month of December, what will occur primarily is an adjustment, the lion's share of it is an adjustment to the debenture proceeds and the reserve transfers inside Public Works. So those farm, I would say, 6 of the $8 million variance there. And I would expect that the year-to-date surplus will come in the general fund around $2 million. That would be my expectation.
Okay, thank you. And it was that is kind of leading into my next question, which is the year-end variance. But this one in particular that I was stymied on was how the November 30th forecast or budgeted expenditures could it possibly exceed the 12-month budgeted expenses. in any event, I did want to drill into this a little bit. So once again, this is on the final page, but I'm not sure on F&A where that is. But it is the municipal surplus. So the general municipal surplus here is cited at 6.95 million. However, I do note on the notes, the treasurer's notes, it's reported at 6.463. So there's about a $500,000 variance between what the treasurer's notes are suggesting as the I'm showing that on page 27. Sorry, this is the Health Committee report. Ultimately, so Mr. Burke, on there, when we're looking at the municipal surplus, of course, it's showing zero for the 2 long-term care homes, because ultimately we budget $1.4 million for the Manor, we give $1.4 million to the Manor, there is no variance. We budget $1.3 million to the Lodge, we give $1.3 million to the Lodge, there is no variance. Yet when you go to the individual treasurer's reports for those, both of them are posting a November 30th variance of over $3 million. So if I bring those, and I recognize that there's also a negative variance, I think 277,000 perhaps posted for RCHC, but ultimately if I post to those 2 long-term care that are probably something on the order of combined of $6.25 million on top of the almost $7 million shown as the general fund surplus, we're now getting up to $13 million. So, and I recognize that that's the November 30th, and I anticipate that probably the lion's share of revenues have been recorded by November 30th, with still substantial expenses, if nothing else, the payroll of December alone. However, so 1.1 to 2 million is what is your forecast for the general. Do you have a forecast of what the enterprise year-end variance might be?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, I would say probably in the $2 million range for the general, and probably in the $1.5 million each for the homes. But again, those home surpluses are have by convention been contributed into the homes capital reserves, which is a good thing. It's that's what the homes draw on for their capital funding. So I'd expect that that's where those variances would land. And RCHC, yeah, possibly ending the year in a deficit, but within $1 million. Not that exciting. So probably corporate wide, 5 million-ish would be my expectation.
Ish is an actual accounting term, by the way.
So if I could follow up, Madam Chair, certainly I recognize that it has been by tradition any surplus realized in long-term care gets transferred to the unallocated capital of long-term care, but the long-term care homes capital is part of our asset management plan. So they're part of our long-term financial plan. So ultimately, I don't actually make much distinction as to where we house any particular capital reserve. It is still a capital reserve that's available for capital expenditures. So whether it's within long-term care or whether it's in public works is almost irrelevant. But where I'm going with this more per se, my forecast, we'll see how it pans out, is north of 5 million. But even at 5 million, what impact does that have on adjusting our long-term financial plan? And the reason I say that is on this budget, when you look at the reserves, the estimation for the year-end 2024 is now at $33 million. That was the figure we used on October 28th when we went through our long-term financial plan. 1 year ago when we adopted our 2024 budget, what we were budgeting for the balance of our capital reserves was $19 million. So when we adopted our 2024 budget to when we are considering our 2025 budget, we have $14 million more in our capital reserves than we thought we would a year ago. So ultimately, at this point today, and I am not going to tie Mr. Burke, of course, to the $5 million estimate, though I think that one's safe, because I think it's north of that. But ultimately, what impact does having that surplus carry forward into our capital reserves give us in the capacity to perhaps diminish other contributions to capital reserves?
So through you, Madam Chair, yeah, that is, if we go back to our long-term financial plan, that was the premise of it, correct? Is that it did account for an adjustment to your opening balances or any surpluses and a number of other items, such as funding adjustments from the province or what have you. So it was designed to account for those items. So in your budget today, you'll notice that on your reserves sheet, and I do apologize, it does appear like it didn't printed very small, but it also didn't print with the notes. But there are a number of notations for notes. But we do have an estimate of surpluses inside that reserve schedule, what we think is the current year surpluses. Again, it was done a couple months ago, so it's not perfect and it won't be perfect, but we are making an effort for it. So it does have an effect. It's perhaps not a substantial effect unless you extrapolate that every year we can run a $5 million surplus. Then it would be a very much so change the calculus of what we need to have in property taxes. But presuming that our budgeting is correct and we don't run surpluses every year, we spend what we budget for capital works, which seems to be the case this year. Our windfall seems to be primarily tied to about $1 million in public works on the maintenance side for a better than expected winter, not this winter, but last winter. And then, the rest of the other $1 million in the general fund is spread out across. And then $3 million in the homes, mostly tied to funding, but also staffing levels, being staffed below where we thought. But unless you can extrapolate that will continue, or that we can use those savings as a baseline going forward, the long-term financial plan, it is more or less premised on that assumption that we have about, I think the capital reserve budget was predicated on a $4 million surplus when I extrapolated out that 2026, 2027 year. So, perhaps and certainly I acknowledge that, these surpluses go a long way towards reducing the requirement to tax. But we do have to, at some point, where if I can go to that slide, somehow or another, this has to equal out, whether it's surplus from the prior year or taxation. We do have to, or borrowing, we do have to get to a level where we take in what we spend. And that's the general crux of the problem. So I acknowledge the councillors' comments. They're very valid, for sure.
If I may, I'd like to open it up. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, member for Mammoth Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on that, of course, as nobody in the room can say what the year-end variance has been over the course of the life of the County of Renfrew. What I can attest to is every year that I've been here, we've had a surplus, and if I look back at them, they're probably all pretty close to $5 million. Like every mutual fund prospectus that any one of us have ever seen, past performance should not be used as a predictor of future performance. However, it has consistently been our performance. Council will probably recall the charts that I put together. We're in the final year of the very initial 10-year long-term financial plan. In that 10-year long-term financial plan adopted in 2014, it said that by 2019 our capital reserves would fall to $2 million and they would flatline at $2 million right through to 2024. Sometime in the intervening years, I don't know which one, we hit about $72 million in our capital reserves, and we're still sitting on the forecast at about $33 million. As I said, from the time we adopted our budget a year ago to 1 year later, turns out we're going to have, as projected so far, about $14 million than we thought we were then. That has been my universal experience when I'm sitting in here. Is there are 3 items that I look at. So we're about to adopt our budget for this year. Or let me reverse that. A year ago, we adopted the 2024 budget. Now we're adopting the 2025 budget. We're projecting what our year end is going to look like in April. We're going to see our unaudited financial report, which gives a lot more granular detail than the auditor's report, actually. Every year, every time we've seen those, it's higher at the next one. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I believe $5 million is a conservative estimate, a pretty conservative estimate of where we're going to finish 2024. And I think that that is going to be able to provide us some room. And I'll use the highest, the upset limit, which is the 14%, I think, levy increase that would be required if, in fact, we assumed all of the budget pressures and, in fact, assumed all of the enhancements. It would be at a 14% increase. I am all but certain that some of that can be offset by what is likely to be substantial surplus generated out of 2024. In any event, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for all those comments. Anything further? I will call for the vote. All in favor? And finally, I have a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Arnprior. All in favor? Thank you. We don't have any deferred reports. Are there any verbal reports? Thank you. Then now I have a recommendation that Corporate Services Committee, pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, move into a closed session to discuss personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and this is the CAO's 2025 goals and objectives. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Horton. All in favor? We're in closed. I can feel you. Thank you, Tina, and welcome back, everyone. So our matters arising from closed, we did review the Chief Administrator's Officer's 2025 goals and objectives. Is there any new or other business? I see none. Great work today, guys. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. I know that I'm standing between you and home time, so I will read the recommendation that this session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, February 12th, 2025, and it is 4:28. May I have an adjournment, please? Nobody wants to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Proctor, second by Councillor from Deep River. All in favor? We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.